1%, and the Hang Seng Index in Hong Kong dropping 0.4%. But certainly relative to some of the moves we've seen recently, fairly muted session overnight. Now, the latest on COVID, a relaxing of China's strict zero COVID policies could be announced as soon as tomorrow. Sources speaking with Reuters say the new nationwide rules would allow for a more coordinated and widespread reopening across the country. It comes as local officials have started to cut back on lockdowns following last month's historic protests, with Shanghai confirming it would no longer require COVID testing for people to enter public spaces. And it's not just Shanghai. Beijing has also announced it will no longer require people to show a negative COVID test before entering supermarkets and offices starting today. So a big change. The shift comes as top officials softened their tone on the severity of the virus, helping fuel optimism of a broader reopening of the world's second largest economy. Now, it will be fascinating to see, even if we do see that nationwide rollback, how people actually react. As we've seen in countries across the world, there is a psychological impact that we have to consider. Will the Chinese public actually return to normal even if the restrictions are lifted? Let's take a look at the miners, one of the most China-sensitive parts of the European market. We got a little bit of a pullback today. We did see some outperformance yesterday in the miners, so perhaps just a little bit of profit taking there. On to luxury, another China-sensitive part of the European market. Muted action today. Of course, a lot of this momentum has been building in the last week or so, so arguably the China reopening story has already been priced into these stocks. Nevertheless, let's take a look at the chip makers and see what the action looks like in the chip making space in Europe this morning. We have a mixed picture here as well. So not a hugely exciting day in terms of trade across these sectors. We do have AMS underperforming, down about 3.5%. ASML, though, trading in the green. ST Micro also trading higher. Tesla has denied it plans to reduce output at its Shanghai factory, telling Reuters the media reports are, quote, untrue and false news. Multiple reports cited the car maker would cut production of its Model Y vehicle in December, despite record sales numbers in China last month. Tesla shares closed lower on the news. Apple is reportedly looking to expand its footprint in India. According to CNBC sources, the Cupertino giant is now considering moving some production of its iPads to the subcontinent. It comes after Apple announced earlier this year it had begun assembling the flagship iPhone 14 in southern India as it actively looks to shift production out of China to other countries in Asia. Coming up on the program, EU and U.S. officials agree to forge a joint response to disruptions in the semiconductor space. But could that put Europe's tech players at the whim of Washington? We'll discuss next.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, were cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
Get ready, get ready, get ready.
Are you ready? 80-day obsession. Get obsessed. Let's go. Every muscle's working. Shoulders are working. Abs are working. Legs are working. This is about you, your goal, your result. Come on, booty, you got work to do. Drive that knee up higher. 1 more rep. We don't quit on ourselves. We are obsessed with finishing it.
Try 80-day obsession by Beachbody free for 14 days.
Let it go, let it go.
Oh, I just can't wait to begin.
Do you worry about going to the dentist? Well, relax. The Carefree Dental Card is now available in your area. Call the number on your screen and we'll send your actual card at no cost today. With the Carefree Dental Card, you go to the dentist whenever you need and you instantly pay a lot less. The Carefree Dental Card is just $15.95 a month. So call now and make going to the dentist carefree.
Call 1-800-478-0809 to receive your free Carefree Dental Card information kit.
Let it go, let it go.
Oh, I just can't wait to begin.
A Squawk Box exclusive. Vara, Diamond, Macmillan, and other members of the prestigious Business Roundtable join Squawk Box for a special event. Insight on Congress, trade priorities, and the economic outlook. Today on Squawk Box.
Welcome back to Street Signs. The United States and European Union have agreed to cooperate on averting potential semiconductor supply chain shortages. In a statement following Monday's Trade and Technology Council meeting in Washington, the two sides pledged to implement an early warning system to address potential disruptions in the chip space, adding they would look to expand the program to, quote, like-minded countries in an apparent slight towards China. Top officials from Washington and Brussels stressed the importance in working together on a joint semiconductor strategy.
We have achieved quite remarkable agreement on semiconductors, on how to prevent new shortages, on how to make sure that we have an overview as to what to come, but also on transparency and subsidies.
We want to get ahead of the issues on other areas of emerging technology, most particularly semiconductors. So I think some of the most important impactful work coming out of the TTC relates to how we're aligning on semiconductors.
When we are working together between the United States and the European Union to build ever greater convergence on some of the most critical issues of our time, we can do that in a way that will benefit people on both sides of the Atlantic and ultimately benefit people around the world.
The world's largest chip maker, TSMC, is expected to announce it will begin manufacturing new 4-nanometer semiconductors at its new Arizona plant when it opens in 2024. That's according to Bloomberg. It comes ahead of President Biden's planned visit to the plant later today, along with U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo. Apple and NVIDIA are reportedly lined up to be the first customers when the plant begins production. The U.S. decision to attract critical technology and infrastructure manufacturing to its shores while loosening ties to China has left Europe's tech leaders in a tenuous position. Arjun joins us around set now with more. Arjun, the U.S. has been super vocal about wanting to shore up its own manufacturing and supply of semiconductors to avoid a crisis like we saw during the pandemic. Talk to us about how this new TMC plant plays into that strategy and where it leaves Europe.
Yeah, so it's a multi-pronged kind of strategy from the U.S. here. On the one hand, they're looking to attract foreign companies to set up shop effectively on U.S. soil, in particular high-end manufacturing of chips. TSMC is the world leader. It makes the world's most advanced chips on a huge scale, and U.S. companies like Apple and NVIDIA are customers of TSMC. The second part of the strategy as well is to really hamper China's progress, and that's where you're seeing sort of tension arise really between what the U.S. is doing and some of its European allies. Yes, they talk about cooperation in certain areas, but really the U.S. has moved to attract some of these big companies with billions of dollars of investment to the U.S., prove some sort of competition to the EU really as well, but also the export controls they've put on China and specific equipment to China, US persons working in China on chip making has sort of stretched across the world. You've seen companies like ASML in the Netherlands be affected by that. A lot of their US personnel can't service any of their Chinese clients, and also the Netherlands and ASML in particular is really the poster child of this tension we're seeing between US and the EU around chips, because ASML is critical. It makes these extreme ultraviolet lithography machines which are required to manufacture the most advanced chips. Now, if those machines got into the hands of Chinese companies, China could really very quickly catch up with the capabilities of TSMC, of Intel, and of Samsung as well. And so that's why you've seen over the past sort of 4 or 5 years the US really lobbying the Netherlands government not to send or allow ASML to send these machines to China, and they haven't shipped one yet. And that's been a source of tension because the Dutch government's really trying to weigh up here the economic interests of trading with China and for its companies, along with those national securities, political concerns, and that partnership and relationship with the US. So it's very complicated. There's a lot of different parts of this puzzle, and certainly when it comes to chip making, that's at the center of all of this as well.
That dynamic is fascinating, and it's so clear the way you lay it out, what's at stake for each of the regions involved. When it comes to manufacturing these chips in the U.S., how is the price or the cost likely to compare to the chips that are made in Taiwan?
It's certainly going to be a lot more expensive, and I think the costs of labor could be more expensive, the materials, etc., that TSMC is using as well in the plant could be higher as well. The other big factor here is what access to talent does TSMC have? Look, TSMC's built up really the huge manufacturing capabilities in Taiwan. All of their talent, their expertise is very much focused there. So do they begin moving people from Taiwan to the US? Do they hire locally, which could, of course, be more expensive as well? And ultimately, what is the impact on a company like Apple, which relies extremely heavily on TSMC for all of its chips, for its iPhones and other products as well? And again, does that increase the cost for Apple? Do they negotiate some sort of deal? They're a huge company, of course. They may be able to swallow the costs, and the fact that their products are already priced so high is something that they can sort of stomach. But certainly for other companies, they may not have that luxury that Apple does. So.
And as we saw during the pandemic, it's amazing how many sectors and industries rely on chips, that this could have major reverberations for so many companies out there. Arjun, thanks as always for all of the detail. You can find out more on how the Dutch semiconductor production giant ASML is caught in the middle of a U.S.-China chips crunch by reading Arjun's latest piece on CNBC.com. Don't miss our coverage of the Business Roundtable making its in-person return in Washington today. Our Squawk Box U.S. colleagues will be on site with a slew of C-suites, including the CEOs of Honeywell, United Airlines, General Motors, Walmart, and J.P. Morgan Chase, among others. Italy, meanwhile, has called for a united European approach to support competitiveness in the bloc in response to the new U.S. Inflation Reduction Act. This after the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced that the EU would modify its state aid rules in order to help European industries cushion the blow of domestic U.S. subsidies. Sylvia joins us now with more on this fascinating dilemma for the EU. I know our U.S. team was doing a lot on the Washington side of things yesterday, looking at the potential response from Europe. What are you hearing on the ground about how the EU is poised to respond?
So in essence, Juliana, I was here about 4 weeks ago, also for another meeting of finance ministers of the EU. And I was telling you at the time how worried and how vocal they were about these concerns regarding the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act. In essence, the EU has been very clear that it has issues with the subsidies within that legislation that are meant to support American companies in the development of electric cars. And here in Europe, the concern is that this is actually a threat to many European car makers. And so within this context, we're starting to hear some comments on how the EU should essentially address this problem. Over the weekend, as you mentioned, we heard from Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, suggesting that state aid rules should be relaxed. But she also said that new funding, new money should be put on the EU's table to support European firms in this context. And I have to say that her comments, though, were received by the German finance minister with some skepticism. Christian Lindner told me that essentially, if Ursula von der Leyen's idea is to raise new money, then we should forget about it because he's not supportive of this idea.
We have to be more agile, and I think there is room for improvement when it comes to state aid. We have to foster our European competitiveness, and I think the Inflation Reduction Act of the US is the opportunity, the invitation to reconsider our competitiveness. There are some parts of Ursula von der Leyen's initiative which need to be further debated, especially her proposal of a European sovereignty fund. If that means a kind of rebranding of existing tools, I'm open for discussion. If sovereignty fund means new common European debt then I think this would not be an improvement of our competitiveness or stability. It would be a threat for competitiveness and stability.
Earlier on Monday, I also had the chance to speak to the president of the Eurogroup and also Finance Minister of Ireland. And Pascal Donoghue also told me that using taxpayers' money to make European companies more competitive in this context, then that's perhaps not the best way to essentially work around these American subsidies.
We all hope, member states, the Commission, that this kind of engagement has the effect that we want. Cooperation with the United States and many other areas between the US and the EU couldn't be stronger, which is why the effect of this particular economic policy within America and what it can mean for Europe is really, really serious for us. We do want dialogue, we want engagement, we want cooperation to yield benefits, to diffuse and to diminish this issue. But then, of course, Europe will have to consider if we need to take action to protect our economy and to protect our jobs in light of this development.
Some member states have already said that what they favor is actually using current European funds to support European industry rather than coming up with further subsidies. What do you have to say to these member states?
So these are exactly the kind of issues that will need consideration. It goes without saying that it is a lose-lose if we were all using the taxpayers' money in different parts of the world to compete with each other. But I really hope we can get to a point that that kind of scenario is avoided, because what we want to do instead is support investment in those parts of our economy that really will matter in the future, to deal with climate change, to deal with moving to a more secure world. But obviously to avoid doing that in which friends and partners are competing with each other at the cost of the taxpayer and at the cost of jobs.
So it's still early days to understand how Europe intends to boost the competitiveness of European industry in regards to make it more competitive against those American subsidies. But in the shorter term, Juliana, it's important to note these discussions that are already taking place between European and American officials to see how the U.S. might indeed adapt the Inflation Reduction Act to address some of these European concerns.
Sylvia, thank you so much for bringing us those comments and rounding out the story for us. I want to take viewers' attention now to the ECB. We've got some lines coming out of the Cypriot ECB Governor Herodotou saying, I don't see a hard landing in the Eurozone economy. No material de-anchoring of inflation expectations. There will be another hike in rates, but we are very near the neutral rate. Fascinating comments ahead of next week's all-important ECB meeting. We'll just repeat them for you if you're just tuning in. I don't see a hard landing in the Eurozone economy. No material de-anchoring of inflation expectations. And there will be another rate hike in rates, but we are very near the neutral rate. There's a look for you at the euro. We are trading marginally lower versus the dollar. Now, Germany's Constitutional Court dismissed a challenge to the EU's Pandemic Recovery Fund. The lawsuit, which was brought up by the co-founder for the Alternative for Germany party, among others, challenged the legality of the 750 billion euro fund known as Next Generation EU, which was agreed 2 years ago. Coming up on the program, private equity investors still favor the UK over other markets. Despite recent economic turmoil, we'll discuss the latest findings after the break.
This isn't your grandpa's shaver.
No bumps or burns.
Every curve, every angle, perfect shave.
Takes your shave to another level.
Introducing MicroTouch Titanium Rover, the new all-terrain wet-dry smart shaver that instantly senses and contours to every surface for a fast, perfect shave.
It is amazing. It catches all the hairs those other razors miss.
The blades move with you, so no matter where you go, it stays on the skin.
This is next level shaving.
MicroTouch made a better shaver.
A three-way independent suspension conforms to your toughest angles for maximum surface contact. Micro-polished stainless steel blades, and twin shaving foils bonded with titanium deliver the smoothest shave over face, neck, and head.
The titanium-coated blade went over my skin a lot smoother than most electric razors, and no razor bumps or burns.
The three-way all-terrain suspension hugs your skin, stays on it.
It's a Rover. It goes everywhere. Face, neck, shoulders, head, no nicks, no cuts. Perfect shave.
Deploy the titanium-coated edger for perfect sideburns and neck, cordless and rechargeable lithium-ion, and an intelligent LED status panel to take the guesswork out of shaving.
The Titanium Rover is a big upgrade. It's like a modern electric car. We've jumped that far forward since the last time you bought an electric razor.
You want a smooth, clean shave with no bumps or burns? Get the Titanium Rover.
Microtouch Titanium Rover for a perfect shave on face, neck, body, and head. Guaranteed or your money back. You could pay hundreds for a shaver that can't do what the Rover does. But now, get the Microtouch Titanium performance you want and the results you need for only 2 payments of $29.99. Get yours now at titaniumrover.com or call 1-800-951-6511.
It has a clean-cut shave with no bumps or burns. Get it.
The new all-terrain wet-dry smart shaver, Microtouch Titanium Rover.
Hi, I'm Wolfgang Back. When I started my online store, Wolfgang Back Home, I knew there would be a lot of orders to fill, and I wanted them to ship out fast. That's why I chose ShipStation. ShipStation helps manage orders, reduce shipping costs, and print out shipping labels. It's my secret ingredient.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers.
And Wolfgang Buck.
Go to shipstation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
Scan this code or become a member today at cnbc.com/pro.
Welcome back to Street Signs, everybody. I'm Juliana Tattlebaum, and these are your headlines at 1:30. European equities head lower while U.S. futures look to reverse Monday's declines as investors reckon with the possibility of higher for longer Fed rates. Beijing officials continue to ease COVID restrictions amid a report China could announce 10 new easing measures as soon as tomorrow after last month's historic demonstrations. Italy's finance minister adds to the chorus of calls for a European response to America's Inflation Reduction Act, while Germany's finance minister tells CNBC the legislation should provide a catalyst for the EU.
I think there is room for improvement when it comes to state aid. We have to foster our European competitiveness, and I think the Inflation Reduction Act of the US is the opportunity, the invitation to reconsider our competitiveness.
And the EU and U.S. agreed to forge a joint response to a prospective semiconductor shortage. But fears remain any deal could leave Europe's tech players at the whim of Washington. Let's take a look at European equity markets. We've now been trading for just over an hour and a half, and we've now got red across the board. We had seen some fluctuations, a little bit of green. There we have the DAX popping ever so slightly, but overall European equities extending losses. Yesterday we saw the Stoxx 600 pull back about 0.4%, its second negative session in a row. From a sector perspective, here's the split for Europe. You've got utilities, insurance, real estate, and chemicals outperforming. On the downside, a pullback in oil and gas down about 0.7% as investors continue to digest the impact of the latest moves around oil, with the sanctions in Europe coming into effect yesterday on Russian oil, and then, of course, the G7 oil price cap. Financial services, technology, and healthcare also underperforming. Monthly UK grocery inflation fell for the first time in nearly 2 years in November. According to data analytics group Kantar, prices slid to 14.6%, down 0.1% from October's record high. Discount supermarkets such as Aldi and Lidl were once again among the fastest growing grocers, with sales up 24.4% and 22% respectively over the period of 12 weeks. 91% of private equity investors believe the UK is a more attractive market than others, despite recent turmoil and an increasingly volatile macroeconomic backdrop. That's according to research from our next guest, Stuart Ord, head of M&A at Numis. Stuart, wonderful to have you with us, and I'm sure that is music to the ears of many UK companies out there that the UK is an attractive destination for private equity investors. Why is it that PE is so interested in the UK right now?
Pleasure to be here, and thanks for having me, Juliana. The UK is very, very attractive as a market right now. There's been a lot of rotation because of Brexit away, and the valuations of the companies, which are quality companies here on the UK Stock Exchange, have fallen. And private equity are looking for quality companies, and they're looking for businesses that will be able to pay off the debt that they can put on there. And our survey has shown that of all the European countries that most of the survey respondents are focused on looking for deals at, the UK is the more attractive one, and that's not really a surprise. It's always one of the larger M&A markets that we have.
It seems as though it has always been a hope anyway that it would become a real destination for PE money, but it hasn't really come to fruition in a big way, the way many investors in the public market had hoped. What is likely to change? What is going to catalyze another big wave of PE activity in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, this year we've not seen lots of PE activity, and we've not seen lots of large cap PE activity because they can't finance it. And the survey itself talks about over 87% of them are of the view that debt markets are challenging. Well, there's no surprise there. Interestingly, they all think that 12 months out that's going to be better. So one of the catalysts isn't that debt necessarily becomes significantly cheaper. I think those days of cheap debt and private equity deals are behind us, but private equity is evolving its model. And I think as the debt markets normalise and the access to capital opens up, whether that's with the banks or it's with the debt funds who are really taking quite a lot of the load at the moment, that's one of the big changes. The other thing is that M&A is a confidence thing, and as you look at investing in businesses, you need to know that that business is going to be able to generate the cash flows in the future to pay down the leverage that you've put on. And private equity are waiting for the market to normalise. How long will the recession be? How deep will the recession be? We've got a lot of results coming out from year end in Q1, and that's why I think that there's a lot of screening going on for public to private, and the focus is on the UK. It's particularly on UK listed companies. And the view is that the market will be receptive to bids when they come. But for now, it's about building relationships, assessing the opportunity, and getting ready to strike perhaps in Q2 when valuations have perhaps settled, when the outlook is more favourable and more certain, and the debt markets again are accessible at whatever price that may be.
How is the higher rate environment changing the profile of what makes a company an attractive target?
Yeah, I mean, private equity, as they look at things, they are financial engineers. It is a financial returns model. If you're putting in a higher rate of debt in there, and we're seeing some really rather high rates of debt compared to what we've seen in the last year, 2 years, 3 years ago, then obviously it's harder to generate returns. I don't think it's really changing it. I think it's just making people double down and focus on the ones that really do work. So ones that can generate regular cash flows to pay down that debt. And it's the certainty of cash flow that's the most important thing, Juliana. And if a business is going to get hit because it's got some consumer focus and it's less certain to deliver that cash flow, then I think people are going to be a little bit wary of it.
Do you have any insight into what sectors PE investors like most in the UK?
Yeah, we do. And we're speaking to people all of the time. And listen, as I've just said, consumer, retail, leisure in this environment, that's probably the one that causes the greatest concern. So I don't think we're going to see too much focus on that from the private equity community. But services, business services, people who are generating the cash flow to pay things down. We've seen the Biffa waste management business. That's a P2P that's occurred in the last sort of 6 months.
So we've talked a lot about the attractive targets and what's attractive from an investment perspective for PE. What about the exit routes? Because the IPO market has dried up. Clearly, public markets are full of uncertainty at the moment. How are private equity funds thinking about their exit opportunities in the current environment?
Yeah, I think it's difficult. So, I mean, as a private equity company, you can exit via an auction of your company on the private markets, or you can go to an IPO on the public markets. As you say, those IPOs have been few and far between recently, and our survey shows that most people don't expect it to open back up before the end of 23 at the earliest. So as people look at the private auctions, private multiples are falling as well as public multiples, clearly. So it's difficult if you're trying to generate the return and get the value on the exit if suddenly you're not able to get that at the end. So I think some people will avoid private processes for a while and let things settle for the same reasons. We need willing buyers, we need willing sellers. At the time of the survey, there was some political disturbance here in the UK, clearly, and that definitely caused people and processes to be put on hold. And I think the general belief that other private equity will be buying from private equity and the fact that they need financing also goes to my earlier point about the debt markets and waiting for those to be more accessible.
Incredibly diplomatic way to put what was happening here in the politics over the autumn months. Just in terms of competition, how is it likely to shape up between strategic buyers in M&A and private equity buyers? Clearly, public companies are under a huge amount of strain at the moment. So are we likely to see demand for M&A fall from strategic buyers?
There's two sides to that question, actually. So overseas strategic buyers, mainly North American traditionally as the dominant part of the M&A market, they are looking at UK-listed businesses and they're moving on them, and there's a number of processes going through as we speak. They are relatively more active than private equity. If you're a private equity with a US dollar denominated fund, then perhaps you're more active. If you're a UK corporate, then you are really not looking at M&A at the moment. You're looking and thinking, how do I weather this storm and how do I make sure that I'm okay before I move? Obviously, some of them are well capitalized and some of them will be able to do something. But by and large, it's the overseas bidders right now who are the most active. And I think going into next year, we'll see that. And then hopefully in the second half, we'll see private equity becoming more active. They're certainly active now, they're just not having that impetus to move from screening to actually making a bid. And I think we'll see that in sectors such as financial institutions, healthcare. We've seen a lot of tech, the valuations are quite down there. It will depend again on willing buyer, seller there, but that's another area.
That makes total sense and brings out with what we were speaking about with our FX strategists earlier in the program on the impact of weaker sterling, stronger dollar. Stuart, thank you so much for the insight. Really interesting conversation. Stuart Ord, head of M&A at Numis. Now, could gold prices climb as high as $3,000, or will the Bank of Japan peg its currency at 200 yen to the dollar in a bid to fix its economy? Saxo's 2023 outrageous predictions look at a series of extremely unlikely and market-shaking scenarios. But occasionally, they do come true, like in 2015, when it included the UK's future exit from the EU. Saxo's chief investment officer, Steen Jacobsen, spoke with our colleagues on Squawk Box and explained some of those outrageous predictions, starting with gold hitting $3,000.
Think about gold. We're in a world where basically we are delinking to the dollar. The dollarization that happened after Ukraine sort of forces a lot of countries to reconsider what goes on. If you are on the side where crypto is not the alternative, you need a new alternative, meaning that you could see that gold swings back in as a currency reserve. And don't forget, 70% of all reserves in the world is presently in the dollar. I would not be surprised to see, especially commodity-driven economies wanting to go to gold in the lack of a better alternative. You have that ultimately, as we talked about in terms of the macro scenario, you know, most likely we're going to see a huge fiscal expansion if energy remains high. This capping of energy prices only increases the net demand underneath. And of course, when they get unleashed, you will then see that the hope for 2.5% inflation already in 24 is unlikely. We're going to be at 5, 6, 7, 8%. And I think gold is going to fly because, of course, it's been this year somewhat driven by exactly the break-even rates, which, you know, despite the hikes by the Federal Reserve, has been coming off dramatically.
All right. Can I pick up on the politics? French President Macron resigned. That's one of the wild predictions. Just in Paris twice this year for the re-election of Macron. I could see that at times he was incredibly wound up. You could see almost shaking in the first round. This presidency clearly means a lot to him. Why would he resign?
Because he's a lame duck. He just passed the budget for 23 through the section 49-3, which allows him to veto the parliamentary majority. which means that he's doing laws and budgets without actually having the majority of the voters behind him. And I think he will find that increasingly he's becoming a lame duck. And then he will do like de Gaulle did twice during his presidency. He resigned twice and he came back twice. And what we are saying, or at least my French colleague is saying, is that the inability of him to actually move the needle, and because the president means so much for him, what he wants to do for France, he feels that he needs to step back. And then he hopes, like de Gaulle, that he's recalled as the savior of the sort of more mid-seeking politics. Because what we see in France, as you well know, of course, is that the fringes, the special interest groups, of course, is dominating the headlines in France. And we need to be more in the middle. Also, if we want to go to the agenda which sits very dear to his heart, which of course is a further European unification.
Well, some of those predictions certainly sound outrageous, but I guess never say never. Coming up on the show, candidates make their final push in a crucial Senate runoff race in Georgia. We'll have the latest from Washington, D.C. when Street Signs returns.
Clogged ears? Wax on your buds? Hard to hear? Maybe it's time you clean out your ear. But don't push. Get Whoosh, the gentle triple spray that flushes earwax away.
This feels awesome. Like a massage in my ear.
Look, cotton swabs just push the wax in. But Whoosh's triple spray of water gently removes wax buildup and flushes it out. Whoosh has 3 water pressure settings to customize your cleaning. With the press of a button, Whoosh generates a massaging triple spray of water that gently removes wax buildup and rinses it away.
By using the Whoosh product, we're achieving a safe and satisfying way of cleaning the wax out of the ear canal.
So if you want truly clean ears, don't push. Get Whoosh, the safe and effective way to clean your ears.
My ear feels so clean.
Log on at getwhoosh.com to get 15% off the brand new Whoosh and free shipping.
Why do nearly 1 million businesses choose Stamps.com to mail and ship? Stamps.com is convenient. You get the services of the post office right on your computer. Stamps.com saves you money with great rates from USPS and UPS. Mail letters, ship packages, anytime, anywhere, for less. A lot less. Get our special TV offer, a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Go to Stamps.com/TV and get started today.
Say hello to the screen-free Tony Box and meet the Tonys.
I'm here because you stole the heart of Tefiti.
Together, they create Tony Time. Tony Time means adventure-filled story time.
I'm going to the park.
Tony Time also helps with learning time and even travel time. And don't forget sleepy time. With a Tony Box, anytime can be Tony Time.
Do you worry about going to the dentist? Well, relax. The Carefree Dental Card is now available in your area. Call the number on your screen and we'll send your actual card at no cost today. With the Carefree Dental Card, you go to the dentist whenever you need and you instantly pay a lot less. The Carefree Dental Card is just $15.95 a month. So call now and make going to the dentist carefree.
Call 1-800-478-0809 to receive your free Carefree Dental Card information kit.
With Russian gas pipelines cut off, how much can American natural gas help Europe make it through next year and beyond? Brian Sullivan is in Europe with the major players. Europe Energy Crisis. Special reports all day today.
Welcome back to the program. Let's take a look at U.S. futures and how Wall Street's poised to trade. We've got all 3 of the majors pointing to a stronger start after yesterday's down day when all 3 of the major indices ended lower. The pullback came alongside a surge in bond yields, and all of that on the back of a strong ISM services index showing the sector is still growing and dampening expectations of a dovish Fed pivot. Today is a big day in politics stateside. Voters in Georgia will head to the polls once again to decide the final seat in the U.S. Senate. The runoff election pits Democrat incumbent Raphael Warnock against the Republican challenger Herschel Walker. While Democrats have already secured 50 seats, giving them the majority, a victory for Warnock could help cement their control and end the current 50-50 split. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now with more. Bree, spell it out for us why this election matters.
Good morning, Juliana. Yeah, this election has national implications. All right, let's start first with here on the Senate side. They want to break that 50-50 split. So right now, Democrats already have 50 seats. Will it be 51 and give a little bit more leeway to move President Biden's agenda? Or will it end up once again being a 50-50 split where that would give Republicans an opportunity to block legislation as well as to block President Biden's judicial picks? Now, when it comes to legislation with any 50-50 split, we do have Vice President Kamala Harris who would break that tie. But once again, when we talk about this race in Georgia, everyone knows the importance from the candidates as well as to the voters. We've seen record number of early voters coming out there in Georgia. And when they were making their final pitches yesterday, these two candidates did not hold back. Raphael Warnock really just said he called his challenger, Herschel Walker, unfit to serve. And then when it came to Herschel Walker's final pitch, he really tried to paint Raphael Warnock as a rubber stamp, voting with President Biden 96% of the time. So there's a lot at stake here. The candidates are making their final pitches, but a lot of this comes down to the national implications and how it will play out in Congress.
In terms of the implications, Bree, how should we think about the result of this vote potentially affecting Trump's presidential bid in 2024?
Yeah, this will give people a gauge. I think the Republican Party is still trying to figure out the role that President Trump or former President Trump will play moving forward and when it comes to endorsing candidates. Former President Trump endorsed Herschel Walker, and he did not go to the state, but he did hold a virtual rally in support of Herschel Walker. But keep in mind, some of former President Trump's candidates, the people he endorsed, they lost. You think about Mehmet Oz there in Pennsylvania. You also think about the candidate there, Blake Masters in Arizona. Both of those people were endorsed by former President Trump. They lost those really close elections. So that's how Trump plays into this. Moving forward, does he still have this grip on the Republican Party? And how much will candidates try to go to him to have him endorse them moving forward when we go not only into the 2024 presidential race, but there are a lot of Senate seats up for grabs in 2024.
Bree, thank you for the analysis and keeping us up to speed with what to watch out for. Bree Jackson from NBC. Let's take a quick look at U.S. futures before we hand you over to our colleagues stateside. You've got all three of the majors pointing to a strong start, looking to bounce back from yesterday's down session. All 11 S&P 500 sectors closed lower, and Wall Street had been steadily marching higher over the last couple weeks on hopes that inflation might have peaked and a dovish Fed could be around the corner, but yesterday's strong ISM Services Index potentially changing that. That is it for Street Signs. I'm Juliana Tattlebaum. Worldwide Exchange is up next.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
We're told that success is all about making it on your own. But the truth is,
Need some help? Come on, get in!
nothing great gets done alone. That's why there's Shopify. With Shopify, you can set up your online store, you can sell on social media, or you can sell in person with our point-of-sale system. It doesn't have to be lonely at the top. Join the millions defining success on their own terms. Start your journey with a free trial today.
Are you ready? 80-day obsession. Get obsessed. Let's go. Every muscle's working. Shoulders are working. Abs are working. Legs are working. This is about you, your goal, your result. Come on. on, Booty. You got work to do. Drive that knee up higher. One more rep. We don't quit on ourselves. We are obsessed with finishing it.
Try 80-Day Obsession by Beachbody free for 14 days.
Hi, I'm Shannon Storms-Bador. When we started selling my health products online, our shipping process was painfully slow. Then we found ShipStation. Now we're shipping out orders 5 times faster. And thanks to ShipStation's discounted rates, we're saving a ton. Honestly, we couldn't do it without ShipStation.
Join over 100,000 online sellers who get ship done with ShipStation. Go to shipstation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
Do you worry about going to the dentist? After all, a visit to the dentist can easily cost $2,000 or more. Well, relax. The Carefree Dental Card is now available in your area. Call now and we'll send your actual card at no cost today. With the Carefree Dental Card, you go to the dentist whenever you need and you instantly pay a lot less. Activate your card and you can start using it immediately. From exams and cleanings to more expensive procedures like crowns, dentures, even braces, they're all included with the Carefree Dental Card. Say you go to the dentist today without any card and your bill is, well, ouch. Wait a minute, let's try that again. You go to the dentist today and show your Carefree Dental Card, you save $525. The Carefree Dental Card is just $15.95 a month, so call now and make going to the dentist carefree.
Call 1-800-478-0809 to receive your free Carefree Dental Card information kit. Call 1-800-478-0809 now.
Over time, leaders become followers. Disruptors disrupt. The facts change, and so must our investment thesis. If you've convinced yourself to simply hold on because you think all stocks only make a comeback without doing the necessary homework, that's not a winning strategy. And if you don't have the time to track the companies you own, make the time. If you can't, let the pros do their job.
Get Jim Cramer's complete guide to investing for free. Scan the code or go to cnbc.com/Cramer Guide.
It is 5 a.m. at CNBC Global Headquarters, and here is your top 5 at 5. Stocks searching for direction after their worst day in nearly a month. Technology coming off a nearly 2% loss on its own. Call it peak inflation. A new note from Goldman Sachs says the worst is behind us. But that does not mean the Fed is about to slow down anytime soon. Breaking this morning, big news from the largest chip maker in the world on a multi-billion-dollar investment right here in America. News one CEO says is a game changer for the industry. Plus, amid the collapse of FTX, one investment bank is on the hunt for deals in crypto. And then later on, Beijing easing COVID-0 rules even more overnight to mixed reception from investors. It's Tuesday, December 6th, 2022. You are watching Worldwide Exchange right here on CNBC. Good morning. I'm Dominic Chu, right here at CNBC Global Headquarters. Brian Sullivan is live in Rotterdam in the Netherlands as part of his week-long series on Europe's energy crisis. Brian.
Yeah, Dom. Hey, and you know, it's not just about Europe, though. It's about the U.S. It's about the world as well. And it was interesting you led the show with Goldman Sachs saying the worst of inflation may be behind us. That may be true in the United States. I'm not so sure that's true for Europe. And maybe as Europe goes, so goes parts of the world. Remember, Europe, this is the third biggest combined economy. You got the U.S., you got China, and then the EU, third biggest in the world. This matters a lot. All right, yesterday, Dom, we talked all about oil, OPEC, the sanctions. Today, we are going to focus on a more crucial commodity, and that is natural gas. Natural gas literally powers and heats Europe. Now, last year, before the war, you had to have about 155 billion cubic meters of Russian gas get pipelined in. What does that mean? Well, we're going to talk about it all day long, put these giant numbers in context, because now that 155, Dom, has come down to just 11 billion cubic meters. In other words, there is a massive gap going into next year. This year, storage is good. And part of our story is what I'll call the Marshall Plan for Energy. That is an LNG tanker. Now, that is not from the U.S. That ship I tracked out on marine traffic came in from Norway. But there is a U.S. ship not far behind us, right off in the North Sea. We're going to talk all day about the role of U.S. natural gas, how many of those Europe is going to need, the winners, name some stocks, and talk about everything we need to know about the gas side. And what I think is probably, Dom, if I may say so, and I had nothing to do with it, the coolest live shot of the day on CNBC. I challenge anybody to challenge this.
I love it. You're also dressed very appropriately given the weather and everything else out there right now. I'm digging the jacket.
Cold. Yeah, and there was a seal. It was a seal here. He was admiring the logo.
All right, Brian Sullivan, thanks very much. We'll see you later on in the program. Let's get right to the market action right now, kicking off the hour with a check on U.S. equity futures. After a rough session yesterday that saw the S&P and NASDAQ fall nearly 2% on the day, right now the Dow is implied higher by a very modest 20-some points, but it's still in the green. The S&P is in your long bond for 3.60%. And in cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and Ether, tough to tell whether they're risk assets right now or not risk assets. Regardless, we are still seeing Bitcoin above 16,954, the last trade there, up about 0.2%. About a similar percentage decline for Ethereum, currently at $1,253 and change. Let's get a check on the overnight action in Asia and the early trading action in Europe. I see our Juliana Tattlebaum. She is standing by in London with our latest there. Good morning, Juliana.
Good morning, Dom. Well, despite the weak session on Wall Street yesterday, Asian markets held up fairly well. It was a mixed trading session. The Shanghai Composite in mainland China trading marginally higher. We are looking at reports that a national relaxation of the COVID rules could be on the horizon as soon as tomorrow. We also had some rolling back of the restrictions in Beijing and Shanghai.
dynamic charting and risk-reward analysis help make trading feel effortless. And its customizable scans with social sentiment help you find and unlock opportunities in the market. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get all the channels you want with all the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Discover the Movado SE Automatic. Engineered to perfection, powered by you. More than a watch, it's automatic. Movado, discover what moves you.
If you're like I was, you're tired of worn-out plastic mats under your office chair. They dent and crack, and they're uncomfortable to roll on. I found a premium alternative, a glass chair mat by Vitraza. I liked it so much, I bought the company. I'm George Pardo, president of Vitraza. Our glass chair mats are made of super strong glass and protected with a nanotech coating, so you'll always get a smooth, easy glide. And they're beautiful. Tired of replacing plastic? I promise this is the last chair mat you'll need. And we give you a lifetime warranty. Comfort, style, durability. A Vitraza glass chair mat will completely transform your workspace, home office or office. We stock 18 popular sizes, and we ship free to anywhere in the lower 48. Get the look you deserve. I invite you to shop online at Vitraza.com. Use promo code TV and save 10% on any glass chair mat at Vitraza.com.
Stocks looking to shake off the new trading week's steep sell-off over growing fears around the Fed's upcoming interest rate hiking cycle. Futures are losing steam right now. Breaking news as the world's largest computer chip maker reveals it's tripling its investment in the United States in what's being touted as a game-changing move for the industry. And PepsiCo reportedly set to become the latest major corporation to slash jobs as growing worries around the economy continue to take a toll on companies around the world. It's Tuesday, December 6th. You are watching Worldwide Exchange right here on CNBC. Welcome back to the show. I'm Dominic Hsu at CNBC Global Headquarters right here in New Jersey. Brian Sullivan is standing by in the Rotterdam, Netherlands region. We'll get much more on Brian from just a moment as you see him there. But first, let's kick off this half hour with U.S. stock futures. Pointed to some green at least about 15, 20 minutes ago. Now we've drifted into negative territory. The Dow is implied lower by roughly 20 points. The S&P down by 2 to 3 points, and the Nasdaq just about flat on the session, just marginally right now, about a point or so in the red or green, depending on which tick you look at. Now, in the bond market, yields are in focus. They're ticking lower, 3.57% for the benchmark U.S. Treasury 10-year note yield. The 2-year note yield just a hair below 4.37%. Let's also hit oil prices right now. U.S. benchmark West Texas Intermediate, or WTI, prices down about 1 1/3%, $75.86. ICE Brent crude, the world benchmark gauge, down about 1.5% as well, $81.52 the last trade there. Let's get a check on some of the morning's top stories. Silvana Henao is here with those. Hi, Silvana.
Hey, Don. Well, Rupert Murdoch is reportedly set to be deposed as part of Dominion Voting Systems' lawsuit against Fox News. According to the Washington Post, Murdoch is set to appear before Dominion's attorneys next week via video conference. The questioning is a part of the company's defamation lawsuit against Murdoch's Fox News, seeking more than $1 billion over allegations the news outlet and its on-air personalities fueled false claims Dominion engaged in voter fraud that rigged the 2020 election. The Fox Corp chairman is the highest profile individual to be questioned in the case. Elon Musk's Neuralink is reportedly under federal investigation. According to Reuters, the medical device company is facing a probe by the Department of Agriculture over concerns about the well-being of animals. The report says that since 2018, roughly 1,500 animals have been killed in testing for the company's brain implant. Reuters adds the investigation comes amid internal staff complaints that its animal testing is being rushed. And PepsiCo is reportedly planning to to cut hundreds of corporate jobs in North America. According to the Wall Street Journal, the layoffs will impact employees in its food and beverage divisions in Chicago, Plano, Texas, and Purchase, New York. The Journal adds Pepsi's beverage unit is expected to be hit harder by the cuts because the snack unit already shrank its workforce through a voluntary retirement program. The company did not immediately respond to a request for comment from CNBC, Dom.
So
as you see, the stock not doing too much in pre-market.
Okay, Silvana Henao, thank you very much for that. Now to that breaking news in Taiwan Semiconductor announcing it is dramatically increasing its investment in the U.S. and manufacturing chips in this country. Christina Partsenevelis joins us now with more on that story, the details, and TSMC's plans. Christina, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Well, we can call it Made in America with the help of Taiwan. Taiwan Semiconductor is tripling its initial investment, promising to spend $40 billion on not one, but two new semiconductor manufacturing hubs, also known as fabs in Phoenix, Arizona. The first Phoenix fab is already under construction and will now produce even more advanced chips, 4 nanometers, instead of the original 5 nanometer promise. The second fab will produce 3 nanometer chips. This just means faster power efficiency and computing performance. The White House promising that the combination of both TSMC fabs should satisfy the demand for high-performance chips across the United States by 2026. That's 4 years from now, and create at least 10,000 high-tech jobs as well as 10,000 construction jobs just over the next 4 years. Apple is already a TSMC customer and has been using these 5 nanometer chips for the past 3 generations of iPhones. Today, Apple's Tim Cook will accompany President Biden at a press conference at the Phoenix, Arizona fab. The CEOs of both NVIDIA and AMD will also be attending to discuss their partnerships with TSMC. NVIDIA's CEO sharing these comments with me, quote, "Bringing TSMC's investment to the United States is a masterstroke and a game-changing development for the industry." And we should be expecting their comments just around 3 p.m. or this afternoon.
Christina, can you stay right there for a moment here? Let's bring in our Steve Kovac into the conversation as well. Steve, our big tech correspondent, we've been following reports Apple's been looking to diversify away from China. I mean, we know why. They've shut things down over there for a good swath of the last couple of years. What does this morning's announcement mean for Tim Cook and company over at Apple?
Yeah, Dom, this is just the latest beat in that story that we've been hearing about Apple making these attempts to diversify outside of China and Taiwan. So what this would do is give Apple more capacity to make these chips outside of Taiwan. One thing that I read into this decision, Dom, was, look, if tensions between China and Taiwan get worse at some point in the future, and that makes it harder for Apple to have TSMC fab its chips over there, this can kind of relieve some of that pressure. What we're seeing today, Dom, with iPhones is because there's so many, Apple basically put all its eggs in the Chinese basket, and with those protests and shutdowns in Zhengzhou, where most of the iPhones are actually made, we're seeing just a huge impact there of their ability to get enough supply out to meet demand in time for the holidays. And you can see that if that hits their chips business as well sometime in the future, they're going to be in trouble. So this will expand their capacity, maybe not necessarily enough so to wean them completely off the reliance of TSMC's facility in Taiwan, but it will at least alleviate the pressure. And that's what we're seeing, Dom, is all of these little different pressure points throughout Apple's supply chain and where they're moving towards. India is one big place to relieve that pressure in order to take some of the pressure off of China, Dom.
It may or may not cost a little bit more, but that cost is probably insurance cost right now. It's hedging, if you will,
exactly,
for that manufacturing. Christina, Taiwan Semi is citing the CHIPS Act, but no money has been distributed just yet, right?
Yeah, it's the interesting thing because the press release went out and Taiwan Semiconductor talked about the CHIPS Act, which is worth $52 billion. And then they're not the only one. You had Intel do the exact same thing, Micron, Samsung. The CHIPS Act funding comes from the federal government. They're only going to start taking applications for the CHIPS Act in next year, early next year, the first quarter of next year. So we have to keep in mind that a lot of these companies that are going to be building, they're already getting money and subsidies from the state level. So it's just an interesting way to look at it because I thought, hey, they're already setting the CHIPS Act, but they're not actually getting the money. And so the government still has a lot of work to do, still has to go through all the applications and decide which companies are going to get the money, even though many of these companies have already made massive billion-dollar promises like TSMC today at $40 billion building 2 fabs in Phoenix, Arizona, Dom.
And Steve, I will give you the last word here. That these are not easy projects or very short projects to put together. shifting global supply chains for a company like Apple could take years to come to fruition. What kind of chatter are you hearing from the industry right now about just how long it would take until big tech companies feel comfortable with a more diversified supply chain that's getting built up right now?
Yeah, Dom. I mean, TSMC itself is saying it's going to take longer than expected and be more expensive than expected because of just those challenges of building in the United States. They put a letter out with the Commerce Department saying, look, we don't have the engineering talent in the United States. They're actually having to import that engineering talent from Taiwan to the United States to do that. Even some equipment, they said, is either too expensive or you just can't procure it here. So that just speaks to the challenges that China is uniquely capable of spinning up these kind of factories and production facilities that the United States and maybe some other countries that Apple would look to diversify its supply chain just can't do. But the date right now we're hearing is 2024. So it's still going to be a couple years before we even see the first chips rolling off the line for Apple devices, Tom.
Well, what we have seen with COVID zero in China is they've given the rest of the world, and the U.S. included, a bit of a head start on trying to get some of those things done. Right. Christina Partsenevelos, thank you very much. Steve Kovac to you as well. Coming up on the show, the race to secure natural gas in Europe as temperatures begin to drop across the region. Our Brian Sullivan is live in Rotterdam in the Netherlands with a closer look at where supplies stand. Brian.
Yeah, and one of the hardest things to understand about this story, Dom, I mean, it is a big story. We're dealing with billions and trillions and some very big numbers. And an analyst who has helped me and CNBC make sense of it all, as well as anybody else, Biraj Bokataria of RBC Capital Markets, he'll be along next. We'll speak to him about where Europe really stands, maybe some of the companies that he likes or doesn't like. Now, that is next, right here from the Port of Rotterdam and a truly worldwide exchange.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
You've got your grooming routine down, but you're not done until you take it to the max. MicroTouch Titanium Max. The all-new micro precision trimmer that goes where no other grooming tool can to finish your look. With micro-oscillating German stainless steel blades bonded with titanium.
It's incredible. It's the difference between having a good groom and then taking it to a great groom.
Eliminate that unibrow. Easily remove ear hair and nose hair. Gone. Snap on the comb to tame bushy eyebrows in seconds. And touch up mustaches, beards, and sideburns fast. No nicks, cuts, or irritation.
If you're not finishing your groom with Titanium Max, you're not grooming.
Get yours now at titaniummax.com for only $14.99 or call 1-800-363-0974.
The Titanium Max is the way. It's the best trimmer I've ever used.
MicroTouch Titanium Max, the finisher for the ultimate groom.
How can we deliver lower carbon energy for all?
All consumers, they want to have access to a reliable, affordable, and clean energy.
And how do we do this while supporting developing nations?
A lot of developing markets are getting pressured to phase down coal. Obviously, we want it to be replaced with renewables.
And the startups looking to lead the way.
We want to be together to build the energy of the future.
Find out on the Road to Carbon Neutral, presented by Total Energies.
Discover the Movado SE Automatic. Engineered to perfection, powered by you. More than a watch, it's automatic. Movado, discover what moves you.
Welcome back to Worldwide Exchange. Let's get the latest on Europe's energy crisis and the situation with the supply of natural gas on the continent. Brian Sullivan joins us again from the Port of Rotterdam in the Netherlands with a guest. Brian.
Yeah, I know I'm not on camera because I wanted to show the rainbow, Dom. I just felt like, there's been so much bad news around Europe. We have a rainbow literally going over an LNG tanker that is in port here in Holland. I mean, it's not a fake backdrop. You could not have planned this any better for a nice morning here and a little bit of optimism, what's been a real gloomy time, and make it worse next year. Okay, so let's talk more about exactly where we stand. And I want to make something very clear about these numbers, guys, for everything that we talk about in the interview we're about to do. These are gigantic numbers. These are complicated figures. They involve a lot of supply deltas, right, variables. They involve a lot of demand destruction estimates, exactly how much is being used. So even the smartest and the best and the brightest in the private sector or the government sector can often have a hard time understanding exactly how this all may end up. There are no absolutes. With that in mind, I want to bring in a guest, Biraj Bokataria, who is an analyst at RBC Capital Markets. We met in London last year. Biraj, welcome back to the program. He has been, you have been instrumental in helping me and therefore our audience sort of understand exactly where we are. Can you give us kind of the lay of the land? Because these are some gigantic numbers. Where exactly the supply, demand, and storage situation for gas stands for Europe heading into next year?
Yeah, sure. No, thanks for having me on. So I guess the first point to mention is that storage in Europe is basically full, and that's been the key priority for most of this year post the invasion. One of the key challenges here is, can you fill storage when you lose 160 BCM of Russian gas? And we lost about half of that this year. Most of that's been made up for with LNG. You've also seen some demand destruction come through across the industrial side and also on the residential side. As we're looking into 2023, one of the challenges next year that wasn't present this year is that Russian gas is basically at minimal levels. So it'll be even harder to fill storage in 2023 than it was in 2022.
Yeah, and that's such the key part of the story, is it not, Biraj? Which is that, what is it, maybe half or a little more than half of the current storage levels, which are nearly full, which is great, they came from mostly pipelined Russian gas, with the exception of a small pipeline, what is it, in the southern part of Europe, almost all of that is cut off. The IEA says that there's probably a 30 BCM, billion cubic meter gap. I'm sure we could get to a bigger number than that. Do you have an idea of where you stand on that figure?
Yeah, so this year you've got about 70 BCM of Russian gas coming to Europe, mostly in the first half of the year. If you take the current run rates, you're more like something like 10 or 15 BCM for 2023. So it's a much larger gap, close to 50 BCM. And that will have to be offset with even lower demand or more LNG or a combination of other things.
Yeah, demand destruction. And to put this into perspective for our audience, we tried to get, and again, no absolutes because there are different size ships, but we're talking about 1 BCM would be, according to Cheniere and Venture Global and Tellurian, they all kind of confirmed that it would take 10 of those ships, 10 to 12, to get to about 1 BCM. So with a gap barrage of 30, if the IEA is right, that's 300 to 360. If you're at a gap of 70, that's what, 700 to 800 more of these LNG ships. They don't exist. The import capacity for that level doesn't exist. Where does Europe get the gas?
So again, in addition to filling the storage this year, one of the key priorities has been to increase the capabilities of importing more gas. So you're seeing more regas terminals being built, more permitting and so on. And Netherlands is a good example. You had one startup recently. And you're seeing more of that elsewhere in Europe. The other thing we should highlight is one of the reasons the gas market is so tight this year is French nuclear has been quite disappointing. And you could assume some kind of reversion next year in a more positive case. And hydro has also been disappointing this year. So there's been a number of pressures on the gas market, all combined to create the situation we're in.
I got to imagine covering energy, global majors, particularly in Europe right now, Biraj, has got to be one heck of a job. We'll leave it with this. Can you give us some ideas, some companies that you have buy ratings on that you like, given everything that you know and everything you've talked about and written about? Are there companies that are going to prosper either through renewables, nat gas, or some combination of the above?
Yeah, I mean, as a sector, the integrated energy majors are definitely going to be present through the transition. Our top pick in the sector is Shell, #1 LNG player globally. Trading this year has been a bit hit and miss. I think volatility is beyond what has been helpful. But actually, as you're looking more structurally, you end up with higher prices and more volatility, and they should be able to benefit over the medium term from that trend.
Well, you had no way to know this, Biraj. I don't think we talked about it, but you may have just previewed our coverage tomorrow talking about the transition, renewables, and maybe talking a lot about a company with a yellow seashell logo, maybe possibly. Biraj Bukateri of RBC Capital Markets laying it out, putting it in perspective. Really appreciate your insight, Biraj. Couldn't have done it without you. Thank you very much. Dom, I'm going to send it. Thank you. Dom, I'm going to send it back to you. And again, I just want to make it very clear all day here. These numbers are gigantic. There are no absolutes. Weather changes, supplies change, demand changes as well. So what we're going to do today is try to lay out the best we can the macro scenario and also just show off some giant ships and maybe some rainbows. Dom, why not?
You got a lot of visuals there for sure. Brian Sullivan, thank you very much for the interview there. We'll see you later on this morning. On deck for the show here, stocks looking to get back on track as the Fed's looming rate decision hangs over investors. We lay out what to watch in the trading day ahead. And coming up, Squawk Box is live from Washington, D.C. with a huge, huge exclusive lineup from the Business Roundtable featuring the CEOs of Honeywell, United Airlines, Union Pacific, General Motors, Walmart, JP Morgan Chase, Raytheon, and more. It all starts at the top of the hour, 6 a.m. Eastern time. Must-watch interviews all day. Keep it right here. Worldwide Exchange is back in just a moment.
Hello, world. Or is it goodbye?
You know, it seems like hope and trust are in short supply. Now, as businesses, we can blame and shame, or we can make a change. We can make work for our communities.
Create more equal opportunity.
It's time for business to show its true worth. Because it's not goodbye, world. It's hello, Team Earth.
High Point University is the premier life skills university, where student transformation is focused on personal initiative and extraordinary career outcomes. Employers value HPU's real-world preparation. Students love unprecedented access to global leaders on High Point's inspiring campus. And parents appreciate HPU's God, family, and country values. Choose to be extraordinary at High Point University.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Worldwide Exchange. Here's what's on the agenda for investors today. At 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the October trade deficit numbers. On the earnings front, we'll hear from AutoZone, Toll Brothers, and Dave & Buster's. We're also watching, by the way, what's happening in Georgia, the state of in the United States, as Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker go head-to-head once again in that state's Senate runoff election. A lot of stuff on a lot of different fronts there today. Let's get back to the markets and how your trading day is shaping up right now. It's been a little bit back and forth, but it's marginal either way, up or down. The Dow is implied lower by roughly 20 points. It was implied higher by 20 points just at the beginning of this hour. Joining me now is Adel Zaman, partner with the Wall Street Alliance Group, with some thoughts on the market here. Adel, I wonder whether or not this is a market after yesterday's price action that saw decided downside that indicates that we could see more downside ahead.
Great to be with you, Dominic. So for us, what the market is telling us, especially with these recent movements, is that I think the market is realizing this is not an Armageddon, right? The consumer seems to be in relatively good shape. If you look at Cyber Monday sales, they hit a record of 11.3 billion. And if you look at, tech is laying off workers, but at the same time, leisure and hospitality is gobbling up workers, keeping unemployment at a historic low of 3.7%. And this recession, if any, is Fed-induced. And Powell has indicated that he's going to be relatively accommodative. So we are of the school of thought that we feel that this market is probably going to be range-bound over here, but we will see opportunities and we will also see vulnerabilities.
Opportunities is what I want to focus on. We kind of understand what the vulnerabilities are right now. They're tied to rates, they're tied to growth prospects, recession, and some of the companies that don't do as well when interest rates go higher. Opportunistically, Adele, if you look at where things have shaped up, there's an argument to be made that a lot of the momentum value parts of the sector, like energy, have run a lot. Are they still values? Meanwhile, many of the growth companies have sold off tremendously. Technology stocks, big tech, media, and telecom, are they now value stocks? How exactly, as a stock picker, a portfolio manager, are you supposed to kind of distinguish between the two? What is value and what is growth?
So we're seeing a lot of opportunities here. Definitely, we agree that the high growth areas of the market, there is vulnerability there. Because if the one-year T-bill is giving you a risk-free return of 4.6%, it becomes very difficult to justify investing in a company for some prospects of future growth. The opportunity we are seeing is, you mentioned energy. We think we are very constructive on that sector. Because of geopolitical constraints and because of OPEC limiting production, we feel there'll be supply constraints there. But the demand we see is continuing to skyrocket. By 2045, we anticipate that the world economy is going to more than double, and the transition away from fossil fuel is going to take time. So for that reason, we think oil prices are headed higher, which is tremendously good for large oil companies. You mentioned about there being a rally in that space. If you look at a stock like ExxonMobil, which is on our watch list, their break even on oil is about $41 a barrel. So with oil trading at $75 a barrel, that's tremendously profitable for them. And that stock is up more than 70% year to date, but still is trading at less than 9 times earnings, which is not very expensive and pays an attractive dividend.
All right. And just out of curiosity, before we let you go, we have a few moments left, Adele. Is big tech a buy right now?
So we do think that some of the big tech we are constructive on because we feel that here it's value disguised as growth. If you look at another company on our watch list, Alphabet, that stock is down about 30% year to date and is trading at less than 19 times earnings. For us, that's more of a value play than a growth play. And here we have a company where the sum of the parts is greater than the whole, where they're doing extremely well in search, they're growing rapidly in cloud, and where companies like Netflix are just now trying to figure out how to monetize advertising. YouTube clocked in north of $7 billion in advertising revenue in the third quarter.
All right. Adele Zaman, Wall Street Alliance Group, thank you very much for the stock picks. Energy and Alphabet. We appreciate it. Let's get back now to Brian Sullivan live in Rotterdam in the Netherlands with a look at a very busy day and week ahead. And Brian, it's not just about the World Cup there. It's very much about the energy outlook.
I know. I've been having to deal with the Dutch here, our new friends, talking about the soccer game. Excuse me, football game, but go Netherlands, I guess. All right, so let's wrap it up for this hour. We'll be back on Squawk Box in a few minutes. Here's the reality, folks. Europe going into next year, very different scenarios. The IEA coming out with a bunch of different scenarios on where storage levels may last. Remember, last summer, the price of natural gas effectively went to $90 equivalent. We're paying 6 or 7 in the U.S. They were paying 90 because everybody was trying to race to fill storage. Depending on how much demand destruction there really is this year, the IEA's got a bunch of different scenarios. Worst case scenario is there on the far right, which is basically zero as they go to refill. Bottom line, Dom, got a lot of friends here in Europe, and they're going to be facing a tough 6 months, maybe a tough 12 months. And looking ahead, we just got lucky. Over my shoulder here, that is the future. That is a ship carrying wind turbine blades. They build these funky-looking ships. One just came by us here, Dom, in the port of Rotterdam, Netherlands, and our great boat pilot here, Wesley, taking us up. All day tomorrow, we're going to be talking more about the renewable side of things. There are things renewables can do very well. There are things they cannot replace. we're going to connect the dots as well. So today, it's going to be all about natural gas, where Europe stands. Tomorrow, I don't know, maybe we'll get on one of those boats, Dom. What do you think? Giant wind turbine blade ships here at the Port of Rotterdam all day long. I think it's an important story, and it's not just a Europe story. It's a U.S. and a global story as well. We'll name names in the U.S. that may benefit.
Something tells me, Brian, that if you wanted to get on a vessel that was doing something, anything that you wanted, you could find it in Rotterdam, because it is one of the busiest ports in the world, carrying all kinds of stuff. But before we let you go, we've just got a few moments left here, Brian. Can you tell us what has been the most exciting thing that you've seen so far in your European trip?
Well, okay, besides the one goal we scored in the game where I had about 100 angry and semi-drunk Dutch guys give me the evil eye, and I almost thought about ditching out of the place where I was. Luckily, I'm still here. I think, listen, the whole thing is just trying to understand and piece together this critical story. I mean, this, again, I want to reiterate to our audience and say, why do you care so much about Europe? Well, I care about Europe because I care about people. But Europe is a massive economy. This is a huge risk to it, the global economy, and kind of sadly, America may end up benefiting. We'll talk about how in about 10 minutes on Squawk Box.
All right, Brian, that's a great tease for the rest of this your coverage for the day. Thank you very much. We'll see you later on this morning. That does it for us here on Worldwide Exchange. As Brian noted, Squawk Box picks up the market coverage coming up next, with the Dow futures implying a very modest open. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's every municipal bond investor's dream. A bright, shining city on a hill where there won't be any financial problems. But what if there are? That's why Assured Guarantee protects your principal and interest payments. Assured Guarantee, a stronger bond.
Brunch is on. Fridge is empty. Time to Instacart some brunch essentials. Ooh, mimosas. All right, I think Instacart's got this brunch in the bag, which means I can hit the snooze button.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get all the channels you want, with all the entertainment you love, for the price that cable can't beat. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Boll & Branch sheets are incredibly soft and made from the best material on earth. To all, a better night's sleep. Right now, we're offering our best deals of the year. Visit bollandbranch.com.
Discover the Movado SE Automatic. Engineered to perfection, powered by you. More than a watch, it's automatic. Movado. Discover what moves you.
A Squawk Box exclusive. Vara, Diamond, Macmillan, and other members of the prestigious Business Roundtable join Squawk Box for a special event. Insight on Congress, trade priorities, and the economic outlook. Today on Squawk Box.
You cannot make any of this up because it's all true.
All new American Greed. Tonight, 10 Eastern. CNBC.
With Russian gas pipelines cut off, how much can American natural gas help Europe make it through next year and beyond? Brian Sullivan is in Europe with the major players. Europe energy crisis. Special reports all day today.
Good morning. Futures bouncing around a little bit, slightly higher after stocks posted their worst day in nearly a month. We'll show you what's moving right now in the pre-market. New this morning, the world's biggest chip maker announcing a multi-billion-dollar bet on manufacturing in America. We like that. Details straight ahead. We, meanwhile, are live in Washington, like in a penthouse, for a gathering of America's leading CEOs. How fitting. As the Business Roundtable works to navigate some of the biggest challenges facing American business, we're on the wharf.
No, we're not. Well, yeah,
Close
I guess
to the
we are.
wharf.
Yeah, kind of.
It's Tuesday, December 6, 2022, and Squawk Box begins right now.
Good morning. Welcome to Squawk Box here on CNBC. We are live from Washington, D.C. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin, and we are at the Business Roundtable's 50th anniversary gathering. That's where leading CEOs have assembled to tackle some of the most pressing issues right now, including the post-pandemic recovery, record high inflation, and political division. Our big lineup starts in just a few minutes with the CEO of Land O'Lakes. Then we've got the head of the Business Roundtable, the CEOs of Bechtel Group, United Airlines, Union Pacific, GM's Mary Barra, Walmart's Doug McMillon, JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon, Raytheon's Greg Hayes, and Honeywell's Darius Adamczyk. So this is a huge lineup that we've got today. This is an opportunity for us to talk to them about the economy, what they're seeing in the jobs market, what they're seeing with the inflation picture, and what they think Washington needs to do at this point. We're going to get to all those questions coming up today.
And how they're reacting to what Washington's already done in terms of the infrastructure. Yeah. We're going to talk a lot about chips, obviously, with Bechtel. Yeah, those chips. Yeah. Well, we're also going to talk food and
a lot of Fed, I imagine.
And a lot of Fed. But Land O'Lakes will be one of our first interviews. That's exciting. I like it because she's interesting, and they call it farm to fork, which I think. What about spoons and knives? But why farm to fork?
Because of
why'd they pick the fork? Maybe that is why. Maybe that is why. But she'll be there in a second. Sure. And imagine what we do farming now. We use about 1% of the. I mean, we're so efficient. Yet, you never know with 6 billion. I don't know how many people we got in the world. 6 billion.
6 billion. Yeah.
You got to be very careful about food shortages and the slightest thing.
Well, any problems with the supply chain, right. any trouble with trying to get things, the railroad strike that we just narrowly averted.
Well, we're going to talk about that.
Issues about those.
We got Union Pacific too.
Right.
We're going to talk about headlines, by the way.
Did you have your coffee?
I have, but I was going to say about shortages of butter.
I was going to mention
talk about whether there really are shortages of butter or not.
That's good. So, I think that might be. There's a silver lining somewhere in there.
Yeah. There is.
Some cream cheese.
In the meantime, we're going to take a look at the markets and see where things stand right now. Checking things out, U.S. equity futures this morning are relatively flat. Right now, you'll see the Dow futures are off by about 5. The S&P is down just fractionally. The NASDAQ up by about 13 points. But this comes after the Dow plunged by nearly 500 points yesterday. That was a drop of 1.4%. The S&P fell by 1.8%, and the NASDAQ was off by 1.9%. Among the biggest decliners, large regional banks, which are particularly sensitive to the economic outlook. PNC, Citizens, and Regions were each down by more than 5% yesterday. Treasury yields picked up pretty significantly. You were going to see the 10-year, I think, was around 3.596 by the end of the session. You see right now at 3.564%, the 2-year at 4.362%.
So someone calls the guy at the Journal and says, all right, say this, right? Is that what we're seeing? You see that lead story?
Yeah.
So someone calls and says, okay, there's a hot number on Friday.
So
we're getting ahead of ourselves. We may be above 5% now, and he writes it, and then we all jump around, and the market goes down.
Yeah, and that's what moved things instantaneously.
I'm going to give him more credit than that. I assume he makes lots of phone calls. He doesn't just pick up the phone.
I'm not saying he doesn't make phone calls. I'm saying that someone at the Fed decides that someone needs to hear that. He's the current guy that they're using.
I think somebody needed to reflect the fact that after Paul's comments, that number on Friday was hotter than expected. We got 2 numbers yesterday that were hotter than anticipated. Yeah. And that doesn't mean that they're going to go 75 basis points, but it may mean double 50 basis points, and it may mean the terminal rate's a little higher, which is what Larry Summers has been saying all along.
Well, we'll see. Yeah. Where's the 10-year? The 10-year has still not...
I think it was 3.56% this morning.
Right, 3.56. Yeah. That's what I'm watching. I may not even read that article.
You and Alan Greenspan.
Yes.
Show me the 10-year.
I get more and more similar to Alan. Hey, God bless him.
In the meantime, you guys were just mentioning that chips are going to be a big conversation over the next 3 hours. Let's talk about this one, because Taiwan Semiconductor, which of course is the world's largest computer maker of chips, chip maker, I should say, saying that it is tripling its initial investment right here in the United States. It is promising to spend $40 billion on 2 new manufacturing hubs that are being located in Phoenix, Arizona. The White House saying that the plant should satisfy demand for high-performance chips across the country. That's going to happen, they say, by 2026. And today, Apple CEO Tim Cook will be accompanying President Biden at a news conference at that Phoenix, Arizona site. Now, the CEOs of both NVIDIA and AMD will also be attending to discuss their partnerships with TSMC. And Tim Cook was here in Washington just last week at the state dinner with President Macron.
Yes.
If you were watching the guest list.
Who also has had a lot of
Interesting.
conversations with Elon Musk, President Macron, front and center.
Yes.
Interesting guest
And
list.
Elon flew to D.C. In between a stop in Florida for Art Basel, and then back to.
Of course. Yeah.
You know, you can
interesting
track
guest
the
list.
flights now, as you know.
We know
so
some
it's
people.
all very.
We know some people that were there, definitely. Comcast people got the nod. McCarthy was there, which was kind of interesting. Brought his mother. They were harassing him. He goes, "I'd like to have a nice time here." I think John Thune, the senator, it was bipartisan. It was kind of interesting.
Yeah, state dinners in general.
Yeah, but they weren't in recent years quite as bipartisan. So you said chips, those chips.
Chips. Is there another type of chips?
There's other chips, PepsiCo.
I don't think of PepsiCo. I guess I should think of PepsiCo as a chip maker.
Who other than PepsiCo, what chips do you... PepsiCo makes all the chips. They make all the chips, all the toes.
Doritos.
They make all the toes. And there's no toes that aren't good. There's no toes that I don't love. Fritos, Cheetos, Tostitos, Doritos. I know I'm leaving something out, too, right? PepsiCo, unfortunately, is not a great story in terms of, just feeling good about chips, because PepsiCo is laying off workers at the headquarters of its North American snacks and beverage division. And the Wall Street Journal, it's the one that we're citing on this, says hundreds of jobs will be eliminated. The cuts will be heavier in the beverage business, though, because the snacks unit has already trimmed positions with a voluntary retirement program. Back in October, PepsiCo reported a jump in quarterly sales and profits. Remember when that happened? Because certain
Big profits. Now they can't keep it.
Certain things are inelastic, and I think some snacks and drinks. Executives said that they were cutting costs to offset pressure on margins, input costs, and that weather appeared to be worsening macroeconomic conditions. It's kind of interesting.
Beijing further easing its COVID-0 policies overnight. The city will no longer require residents to show proof of a negative COVID test before entering commercial buildings and supermarkets, as well as what they say all kinds of public spaces. The announcement comes one day after a similar move in Shanghai, the country's most populous city.
Slowly moving. Time now for some. Did you see? I do all this without a computer.
Yeah, we are.
I do all this without a computer because I don't
ad-lib it, baby.
I don't need a computer. I do need that occasionally, though, to know what we're going to do. But this is easy because I can turn it over to Dom Chu, who joins us now from CNBC headquarters. How you doing, Dom?
Joe, who needs a computer when you've got a mind like yours, right? And Andrew and Becky's as well. So, well, I will just
It's
say
like
that.
a computer. There's no computer that matches.
64-bit?
There's no computer that matches.
Steel
the human
traps
mind,
and
not yet.
computers, right?
Have you seen what Siri thinks you're saying when you put it on dictate? Have you seen what she comes up with?
But have you seen what that new chat AI bot can do?
What are you talking about? What is no?
It is
is that the one that's
mind-blowing.
that
What
is,
has happened in the last 72 hours or a week now with AI? If you think your brain is a 286 or 386 or 486, this is like, quantum computing.
No, this is like Terminator
like
stuff.
nothing you've ever
It's been out
seen.
for a week.
Have you guys put pictures of yourself up there yet? Have you guys had the AI do the pictures of the renderings of you yet? It's crazy. I haven't done it yet, but I've seen a lot of
do its work
Have you seen it write scripts for Seinfeld?
Yes.
That are like
well, no, I saw the
pretty
scripts that it was writing
perfect?
for people who are programmers at Twitter, trying to prove what work they were doing.
It is beyond. Anyway, Dom, we digress.
I digress, and I'm sorry I even opened up the topic there, but I will get to the morning movers
That's
right
why
now.
we love you.
Yes, right. Shares of GitLab, let's show those right now, surging ahead of the opening bell. This is the software maker posting a narrower per share loss than expected. Those sales topping estimates as well. GitLab also issuing a strong outlook for the current quarter and full year as well. Those shares up, by the way, 19-20% in the pre-market. Textron also popping this morning. The defense contractor announcing it's been awarded the key development contract for the U.S. Army's future long-range assault aircraft program, the branch's largest helicopter deal in 40 years. It's worth up to about $1.3 billion. The contract set to replace roughly 2,000 Black Hawk helicopters and roughly 1,200 Apache attack helicopters by the year 2030. Those shares up 8% right now. And then Jack Dorsey's Block is among the companies contributing to a funding round for an Africa-based Bitcoin miner that relies 100% on renewable energy sources. Block will join venture capital firm Stillmark on a $2 million seed investment in the company Gridless. One it hopes will help spur more investment in the region's energy infrastructure. So block squares just up about 0.1%. Joe, in the pre-market action, I'll send things back over to you guys.
Okay. Don, thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Don. We're going to we're doing a 3-shot because it's an interesting 3-shot. I guess people are noticing.
We're going to come back in just a moment. A lot going on right here on Squawk Box. From
I'm on the right
Washington,
in red.
D.C.
You're on the left in blue. It's perfect. I'm on the right in red. You're on the left in blue.
Looks good.
Did you see that?
And I'm in
Land O'Lakes CEO Beth Ford
pure.
is going to join us next live from the Business Roundtable gathering of CEOs in Washington, D.C. We're coming right back in just a moment. We also can tell you we've got an exclusive interview with Robinhood CEO Vlad Tenev. You're going to want to hear this conversation. He's got a product announcement coming up. That's at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. But, of course, also a stake had been bought in his company by Sam Bankman-Fried. We're going to talk about all of it when we come back. You're watching Squawk on CNBC.
There are many ways to buy the S&P 500, but only one way allows you to own the sectors you like best. Sector Spider ETFs. Is it so radical to be so rational? Before investing, consider the fund's investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Go to sectorspiders.com for a prospectus containing this information. Read it carefully. Sector Spiders, the 11 sectors of the S&P 500.
Connecting to opportunity is just part of the hustle.
Opportunity is using data to create a competitive advantage.
It's raising capital to help companies change the world.
It's making complicated financial concepts seem simple.
Opportunity is making the dream of home ownership a reality.
Writing new rules and redefining the game.
And driving the world forward to a greener energy future.
Opportunity is setting a goal.
And charting a course to get there.
Sometimes the only thing standing between you and opportunity is someone who can make the connection.
At ICE, we connect people to opportunity.
Researchers believe the first person to live to 150 has already been born. It could be you.
Wow, really?
Of course, you'll have to eat your greens, watch your stress, wear sunscreen. But to live to 150, we're developing solutions that help doctors listen to your heartbeat while they're miles away. Or AI that knows what your body will do before you do.
Cool.
Introducing Elevance Health, where health can go.
Scan this code or become a member today at cnbc.com/pro.
We're excited to do business with you, but before we sign, I gotta ask.
Sure, anything.
We searched you online, and maybe you can explain this?
Can't believe that garbage is still coming in. That is so false.
Frustrated with your online search results? Call Reputation Defender today to join tens of thousands who've improved their online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
Chloe, je suis amoureux de toi.
Quoi?
Need help learning and speaking a new language? Try Babbel, the language learning app designed to help you have conversations in any situation.
À votre santé.
Babbel uses the spaced repetition method to help you learn quickly and remember what you learn.
Chloé, je suis heureux pour toi. À votre santé.
Babbel, real language lessons for real-world conversations. Go to Babbel.com now to start speaking in as little as 3 weeks.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Brian Sullivan is live in Rotterdam as part of a week-long series he's doing on Europe's energy crisis. So, Brian, what's the latest? What can you tell us? I think the tease yesterday was that we were going to talk about natural gas today.
Yep, and that's exactly what we're going to talk about here. We're going to talk about specifically liquefied natural gas and the U.S.'s role in, and again, I don't think the word saving Europe or the phrase saving Europe is too strong, Becky, because without U.S. imported natural gas, Europe would be in a far more dire situation. We're literally on the water here in the port of Rotterdam. That is an LNG ship right behind us here. That is not some kind of, fake backdrop. That is real. Now, that is not from the United States. I looked up the name on marine traffic. That ship came from Norway, but that's an example of an LNG ship. And it just so turns out, Becky, that we have one just by the good graces of timing, another LNG ship coming around the bend here. This one is from Sweden, but we got a few coming from Texas. All right, why are we showing you this? Because here's the reality, is that the LNG business in the United States, Becky, pretty much didn't exist about 10 years ago. Liquefied natural gas, just kind of an idea, right? Cheniere, Tellurian, and a few others. Now, you've got all these players. Berkshire Hathaway, you might have heard about this guy named Warren Buffett, Becky. I think you've met him a couple of times. He owns Cove Point, which is an LNG facility in Maryland, actually. And I looked it up. There's a ship from Cove Point that's due to come here in about a day or two. It's kind of in the Atlantic Ocean right now. You've got Cheniere, you've got Tellurian, you've got Venture Global, you've got Freeport LNG. Those two ones are private as well. And you got some smaller players in the industry, too, like New Fortress and Chart Industries as well. So all day here, we're going to talk about Europe's gas crisis side of the story, but try to come at it from a U.S. angle about how an industry that did not exist in large part just 1 decade ago is now literally helping to keep the lights and the heat on in Europe. And later on today, we'll talk about some of the analysts' favorite stocks in the group using price targets. A little math, a little gas, and definitely some boating here in Rotterdam.
It's a beautiful shot, but let's add, look, we're in Washington, D.C. this morning, Brian. Let's add the Washington component to this, too. There have been discussions in some areas, some political arenas, about potentially limiting or even banning exports of natural gas as prices have increased. What would that do to our allies in Europe when we are dealing with this war in Ukraine?
It would doom them. I mean, okay, do the math. So one of those ships behind us that we just showed here, that LNG tanker, one of those ships will heat and power about 300,000 American homes or European homes for a month. It's 1 million people, so take the household number. So again, the numbers here are very big, Becky. I don't want people to call me out on the math. It takes about 10 to 12 of those ships right over here to make 1 billion cubic meters. So if you want to heat and power, I don't know, 3 million homes for 6 months, you're going to need like 60 of those LNG ships. Europe needs our gas. By the way, I heard your lineup today from DC. It's amazing. You've got Bechtel on. Bechtel is, I think, they can ask them, the biggest builder of LNG facilities. Ask them. They'll have an order book probably out 10 years. The LNG industry in America, they should be proud. Men and women in Texas and Oklahoma and Louisiana are sending gas here to Norway or Netherlands, which is going all throughout Europe. So really, Midland and Odessa, thank you. Our friends here in the Netherlands, right, Rick and Rudy, Wesley, they thank the American natural gas industry for keeping their lights on.
Brian, thank you. We're going to be watching through the day, and we will see you again very soon. Brian Sullivan. And yes, we'll be speaking with Bechtel CEO coming up in just a little bit.
And I was excited about that because they're going to build a big chip plant, too, in Ohio. What does the construction company need to know about chips versus Intel itself in terms of the engineering? So this company does that, chips and LNG.
Yep. Specialized construction.
I'm telling you, thank God for engineers. The people that you didn't see when you were out, every night, having fun.
I don't think Andrew was out every night. He was working hard, too.
Maybe am I transferring?
Yes.
Colorado? Yeah, I might be transferring. Well, while I was out, the engineers were sitting.
Engineers were always heads down.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God for someone. Coming up, the CEO of Land O'Lakes is going to join us live from the Business Roundtable's Penthouse Gathering. Out there, it's really kind of cool. Of executives in Washington, we're on the 12th floor, I think, isn't it? Is it 12?
I don't know. Just
Part of our big lineup, including the CEOs of Bechtel Group, United Airlines, Union Pacific, GM's Mary Barra, Walmart's Doug McMillan. That's all before 8 a.m. And we're going to stay after 8 and have a bunch of people, too. Squawk Box will be right back.
This CNBC program is sponsored by Baird. Visit BairdDifference.com.
What if you were a major transit system with billions of passengers taking millions of trips every year? You weren't about to let any cyber attacks slow you down. So you partner with IBM to build a security architecture to keep your data, network, and applications protected. Now you can tackle threats so they don't bring you to a grinding halt. And everyone's going places, including you. Let's create cybersecurity that keeps your business on track. IBM, let's create.
Palantir Software empowers Scuderia Ferrari to make critical decisions a split-second faster. Palantir Data-Driven Enterprise Accelerator.
We're told that success is all about making it on your own. But the truth is,
Need some help? Come on, get in.
nothing great gets done alone. That's why there's Shopify. With Shopify, you can set up your online store, you can sell on social media, or you can sell in person with our point-of-sale system. It doesn't have to be lonely at the top. Join the millions defining success on their own terms. Start your journey with a free trial today.
Right here, right now.
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
Some things leave you guessing. MailChimp takes the guesswork out of email marketing by analyzing data from billions of emails to offer suggestions for how to improve engagement and revenue. Guess less and sell more with Intuit MailChimp.
To adapt in a fast-changing world, you could hire a professional pit crew.
All right. Oh, okay.
They deliver real-time data and business forecasts when you need it.
I think it was fine how it was.
To help you stay ahead of the curve. Or you could use Workday, the finance, HR, and planning system that helps CFOs make better decisions faster.
On the other hand, we had a great fourth quarter.
For an accelerate your decision-making world. Workday for a changing world.
A6. Welcome back to Squawk Box. We are live in Washington, D.C. this morning, and our next guest is on the front lines of food inflation, and also we're going to talk about the worker shortage. We're going to talk about immigration, too. We want to welcome Land O'Lakes CEO Beth Ford. She is here with us. They are a farmer-owned food co-op with $16 billion in net sales for 2021. 9,000 employees working in over 50 states and over 50 countries. So a lot of touch points.
That's it.
Help us understand what's actually happening here in the real economy and this inflation piece that we're all trying to understand.
Well, you know, inflationary pressure in the food supply is hitting the farmers as well. I think it was mentioned, you know, 1% of our population feeds 100% of us plus, and farmers are seeing this increase as well. Growers or dairy producers or cattle producers, whatever it is. So I always look at break-evens. What's a break-even cost for a grower, for instance, for corn, and that has increased to say $5.75. So while we look at commodity prices and we say that's high, understand that margin for a farmer, and we should want the farmer to be profitable. 2 million farmers, over 90% still family owned. These are families in communities dealing with cost pressure. So they have cost pressures that include, to your point, labor availability, lack of technology, issues that the infrastructure bill hopefully will address, but we need some immigration reform to address.
I want to talk about the immigration pieces, but it seems like thus far, these costs have been able to be passed on. And the question is, are we now at a inflection point? We were just talking about PepsiCo, for example, by the way, which was, by the way, they've been able to pass on a lot of these costs to customers, and yet it appears like right now that inflection point may be happening for them. They're having these layoffs.
Well, only 14 cents on the dollar goes to the farmer in terms of the food value chain. 14 cents on the dollar. That's been declining. There's going to be increasing pressure because operating loans are, of course, increasing. Interest rates are increasing, and thus that's an additive cost. And then, of course, no relief on the immigration side or on the labor side. So, yes, they've been passing it through. This year, growers will probably have a decent year, but understand they buy materials, they buy their inputs for the next crop year in the fall. And so they're trying to position themselves for what is the other side of this. They've now hit the cost pressure that we're seeing, right? So they may have a decent year now, but they're already looking at potential declining profitability in the next year.
So we're going to be talking to Doug McMillan from Walmart later, and I know Walmart is one of the big retailers and food companies that's been pushing back on suppliers, saying we can't pass these costs on to our consumers, so you need to figure out ways to do it. Is it Doug's fault? Is it somebody in the middle between?
I don't know that it's a fault. I wouldn't characterize it as that. I'm going to show you what tell you what I see. You know, Land O'Lakes goes from the farm. We are owned by farmers, by rural local retailers, all the way to the store shelf. And through that includes a lot of cost elements that everybody is dealing with, and especially labor, but, you know, increasing material costs, increasing energy costs, increasing trucking costs. All of those things are part of it. So everybody is trying to make sure that that is represented in the price to try to pass some of that on. But margins are being not just squeezed, but there are lost positions at different parts of the value chain.
It shows the quandary of Jay Powell. Nobody wants to raise interest costs for farmers, but to slow down the entire economy, it's something we have to live with just because. But it's all related to inflation, which is also a problem for farmers. So it's like a terrible circular problem.
It is. It is. And, you know, I think farmers are used to volatility. I always think you have to be an optimist to be a farmer, right? Too hot, too cold, too wet, too dry. Increasing trade pressure, because trade for a dairy farmer 1 day out of 7 is tied to export markets. So the strength of the U.S. dollar can impact trade, so that's a problem. You have so many different elements that are impacting the farmer.
For farmers?
Well, there are many things. You know, if you see the joy that I see on the farm.
And it's so gratifying to see something you plant come up and feed a nation or feed a world. Only a third is butter?
Only a third of the business is butter. We own Purina, we own Winfield Technologies, which works with growers on their farm. We have Truterra, our sustainable production business, working on transition for farmers on sustainable production.
We're going to run out of time, but one of the things that you talk about a lot when you're in D.C. is the issue of immigration and what the farmers are seeking. And that's been obviously a very controversial, almost third rail issue here in this town.
What?
So
no, you know, the thing is, I talk with both sides of the aisle. We're about policy. I would say the Business Roundtable is about policy, not politics. And we need labor. We need immigration reform. It's not as though the farmer hasn't tried to increase wages for laborers, but we can't attract laborers in farming. We're probably about 2.5 million workers short in agriculture.
2.5 million.
2.5 million. Probably 6 million acres didn't get planted last year because of lack of labor. You know, probably 20% of hand-picked produce in the Central Valley of California didn't get picked because of lack of labor. It's a challenging issue. Yes, immigration reform can be difficult. We all want border security. But I can tell you both sides of the aisle understand the importance of immigration reform, especially as it relates to farm workers. Right now, during this lame duck, there is an opportunity for us to pass a bill in the Senate that is a partner bill to what has passed in the House already and is bipartisan, and I think it's urgent given the global food situation, the challenges that you already see from Ukraine and elsewhere.
Beth Ford, Land O'Lakes, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Is there a butter shortage?
Well, I don't want to get back down into the cost elements, but there it is.
And you agree Butter is good on anything. It's good on
Butter's
steak.
good on
it's good on
everything.
There's nothing.
But you want a shortage, you said.
Well, silver lining. I could use less. You know.
Butter is healthy, and it's baking season, people.
It is.
I love it.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
When we come back, Business Roundtable CEO Josh Bolten will join us. That's coming up in just a few minutes on the biggest challenges facing American companies right now. And make sure and stick around all morning. In the 8 o'clock hour, we will bring you interviews with J.P. Morgan's Jamie Dimon, Raytheon's Greg Hayes, and Honeywell's Darius Adamczyk. Squawk Box will be right back.
When it's go time, I don't let constipation stop me.
New great-tasting Dulcolax Chewy Fruit Bites work naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. So you can go fast, go gently, and go on with life. New Dulcolax Chewy Fruit Bites put you comfortably in control.
With my hectic life, you'd think retirement would be the last thing on my mind.
Hey, Mom, can I go play video games?
Sure. After homework. Thankfully, Voya provides comprehensive solutions and shows me how to get the most out of my workplace benefits.
What's the Wi-Fi password again?
Here you go.
Cool. Thanks.
No problem. Voya helps me feel like I got it all under control. Because I do.
Oh, she is good. Voya. Well planned, well invested, well protected.
High Point University is the premier life skills university, where student transformation is focused on personal initiative and extraordinary career outcomes. Employers value HPU's real-world preparation. Students love unprecedented access to global leaders on High Point's inspiring campus. And parents appreciate HPU's God, family, and country values. Choose to be extraordinary at High Point University.
A world where smart is at the heart of every investment decision, and independent research meets intelligent, curious minds. A world as wide as your ambitions. Investing smarter for the world you want. Columbia Threadneedle Investments.
Baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get in. Can I get down so I can win? I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it.
We're excited to do business with you, but before we sign, I gotta ask.
Sure, anything.
We searched you online, and maybe you can explain this?
Can't believe that garbage is still coming in. That is so false.
Frustrated with your online search results? Call Reputation Defender today to join tens of thousands who've improved their online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
So, you got your first cubicle crate? $3. Welcome to the club. These crates aren't just amazing STEAM projects. They're full of awesome moments like this, and this, and this. Get your first one for free at trycubico.com.
And good morning and welcome back to Squawk Box right here. We are live this morning in Washington, D.C. Take a look at the futures right now. Let's show you where things stand as the market sets itself up. Still about 3 hours to go before the market opens. And right now it looks like the Dow would open off about 2 points. NASDAQ up, though, about 20 points. The S&P 500 up just marginally. We have another executive departure to talk about this morning, and this one from Salesforce, just days after co-CEO Brett Taylor resigned. Now Stuart Butterfield announced that he will be leaving the company in his position. That's going to happen in January. Now, Butterfield, of course, founded Slack, which was acquired by Salesforce for $27.7 billion back in 2020. Slack's chief product officer will also be leaving the company. Salesforce shares fell 7% during yesterday's session after the departure was announced. It is now down, we should say, for about 47% year to date. But by the way, this one had been planned for a long, long time, several months at least. But, you know, the way these acquisitions happen, you buy. And
you stick around for a
plan
limited
was
amount
not,
of time.
Stuart Butterfield was not, I think, anticipating or planning. And interestingly, Brett Taylor was one of the people who worked on the transaction.
On the acquisition.
Exactly.
Right. All right, when we come back, we've got more from the Business Roundtable. The CEO, Josh Bolten, will join us in just a few minutes on the biggest challenges that are facing American companies right now. We'll get a little bit of an insight as to what they're thinking with some economic results from a survey they've just taken, too. And later, Walmart CEO Doug McMillon will join us in a CNBC exclusive interview. Squawk Box will be right back.
How can we deliver one of the fuels of the future
Hydrogen could play a pivotal role in tomorrow's energy mix, but it's very expensive to transport. To ship it cost-effectively, we transformed blue hydrogen into blue ammonia. Discover how we delivered 40 tons of blue ammonia to Japan, catalyzing new pathways to cleaner fuels. Aramco, powered by How.
As an independent financial advisor, I stand by these promises.
I promise to be a careful steward of the things that matter to you most.
I promise to bring you advice that fits your values.
I promise our relationship will be one of trust and transparency.
As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interests first, always.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
Wealth-changing question. Has your advisor created a portfolio based only on your age and risk tolerance? That's simply not good enough. Your money deserves better, and so do you. At Creative Planning, our private wealth managers learn about you first, and then they create a customized plan and portfolio by partnering with our in-house money managers, accountants, and attorneys. Don't settle for a standard portfolio. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
Now what? You say it when things go wrong. At Prudential, we think you should say it when things go right, too. Like when you score your dream job, sell your business, or discover she's smart, really smart. Now what? Here's what. You connect with Prudential's rock-solid team serving over 50 million people with investment, insurance, and retirement know-how. Who's your rock? Visit Prudential.com or speak to an advisor today.
I feel the big one. Shark Tank, tonight starting at 7 Eastern, CNBC.
A stock and a company are not the same. You need to be able to differentiate between the two. Weak fundamentals, no buybacks, no dividends. That's a sign of a broken company. The outlook won't improve, and no level is too low to sell. If you find a great company with a broken stock, the price will eventually follow the strong fundamentals. This is exactly the kind of opportunity every investor is looking for.
Get Jim Cramer's complete guide to investing for free. Scan the code or go to cnbc.com/Kramer Guide.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live in Washington, D.C. this morning. That's where leading executives from across America have gathered for a business roundtable event to try and tackle some of the most pressing problems facing the C-suite. Joining us right now is Josh Bolten, the Business Roundtable president and CEO. And Josh, first of all, it's great to be here. It's been a while since everybody's been back, but you all have a pretty hefty agenda of things you are trying to tackle. This is the 50th anniversary of the Business Roundtable. Policy making is what you guys are all about. What are you facing right now with this lame duck session? What do you want to get done?
Well, first of all, thanks to Squawk Box for coming to help us celebrate our 50th anniversary. It means a lot to us, and I know all of the CEOs enjoy coming on the show, and you get a lot of them concentrated here. So it's
great to be here. Thanks for inviting us.
Making it a more festive occasion for us. You're here at a not atypical turbulent time in Washington, the lame duck session going on. The lame duck's already done a very important thing, which is resolve the rail strike, which would have been devastating to the economy. There's still a lot of things left on the agenda. Most important thing is fund the government. But we'd also like to see him do several other things. Among the most important, extend R&D expensing, which the United States is now one of the only developed countries in the world that doesn't let corporations expense R&D immediately. It's making us uncompetitive. That's something they ought to fix. Beth Ford was just talking about some immigration reform. We would love to see that happen, and we'd love to see some permitting reform happen because of all the money that Congress appropriated during the course of the last session, especially for green infrastructure. That money's not going out the door if you can't get permits to build.
And what of this do you think is likely? I mean, we think of lame duck sessions where nothing gets done. How likely would you rank any of these issues?
Anything in a lame duck is got to be regarded as unlikely, but there's actually some good signs of hope on the R&D tax issue. Maybe even on immigration for farm workers. The the permitting reform, even the permitting reform seems to have some prospect. But all of those issues, whether they get partially resolved in the lame duck or not, they're still going to be around in the next session of Congress, and we'd like to see the Congress make progress on all of them.
I mean, we were just talking with Beth Ford. The idea of immigration, it seems like there are some really easy, low-hanging fruit that would be bipartisan. What's gone wrong? It's not the policy, it's the politics.
Immigration is all about the politics. I mean, the comprehensive immigration reform has to be regarded as one of the biggest economic benefits to the country. And has been for years. It's just been the politics that's made it hard to get it across the finish line. And I think the answer is Democrats need to accept that there needs to be some enhancement to our border security, some modification of our asylum procedures. And Republicans need to accept that we need more people in this country. Every Business Roundtable business throughout the economy, we need more workers, and the growth of this country depends on immigration. So Business Roundtable is in the middle of that, and we'd like to see it resolved.
Just a commentary on what we were just talking about, because I just saw it right before it started. From the Washington Examiner, McCarthy to McConnell, why would you want to work on anything if we don't have the gavel? Wait until we're in charge. That's the mentality on both sides. In immigration, I really don't understand. When you can almost see one party come up with like 10 points, and then the other party looks at says no, and then the other party's in charge comes up with the same 10 points, and then the other party says no. I mean, immigration should be doable, and it's
absolutely doable. That's why the CEOs of the Business Roundtable are so important. They're not interested in the zero-sum game of politics. They're in things that are going to enhance the economy. Immigration is a great example, Joe.
I got a different one for you. All of the CEOs, or virtually all of your CEOs, famously signed this pledge to think about all stakeholders as opposed to just profit. This was now, I think, going on 4 years ago. And the whole sort of mentality of this country and business is starting to shift, possibly in reverse.
I warned you.
And the question is, was that a mistake? You're seeing the politics of that play out. You're now seeing red states push back on some of these companies for certain things. Blue states had oftentimes used money and influence for or against business, but the world's moved, or it seems to be. What do you think now?
I still completely stand by what we did 3 years ago with our statement of corporate purpose, and so do the CEOs. Look, that was not some radical shift toward all of a sudden shareholders don't matter. It was a statement recognizing the way all of these CEOs run their companies. And if you don't take care of your employees, your customers, your suppliers, the communities in which you operate, you're not taking care of the shareholders.
There was a whole period, this is after the murder of George Floyd, there was the vote, there was, I mean, you could go down the list, right? Companies getting involved in a lot of these issues. And now, I think given some of the pushback in certain states, there's an anxiety about getting involved in those social issues in the way that they were then.
You can always go too far, though, Andrew, right? I mean, Josh, I mean, if you look at what some people want corporations to get involved with, it's obviously too far. You just mentioned customers, shareholders, and employees and suppliers.
Yeah.
You don't have to go out 30 or 40. You don't need to go to, like, wooded owls up in, not everybody is a stakeholder. I think if we stop at those four, the rest of those things do take care of themselves. You can't do horrible things and expect to succeed. The most important thing is to have a really successful business that expands and hires more people, that makes money, that rewards shareholders, that may not cure the environment today.
Can I ask Josh one more question before we go, because we're way out of time?
I want to help these people come to a resolution.
But very quickly before you do, you put out an economic survey yesterday, and I think what shocked me is it's the lowest numbers we've seen since the first quarter of 2020 in terms of expectations for hiring. We survived the pandemic and made it through, but now we are paying. What are corporations seeing? What's going to happen?
The survey, for the first time since the depths of the pandemic 2 years ago, Becky, you're right, it's now for the first time below our average levels. So it's showing an economy that's definitely cooling. But it's not reflecting panic among the CEOs. I mean, I'd characterize it as them taking the foot off the gas, not slamming on the brakes. I think at least our survey only covers the next 6 months. So at least over the next 6 months, I think what you're seeing is a group of CEOs who are largely very cautious, still hopeful that there can be some kind of soft landing in the economy. And most of them are still hiring and investing at least to some degree. Not as much as a year ago, but hopefully we'll come through this in good shape.
Josh Bolton, thank you very much, Josh.
Good to see you. Thank you. We got a lot more coming up right here on Squawk Box from Washington, D.C. Congressman Ro Khanna speaking out about Twitter's censorship of a news story about Hunter Biden ahead of the 2020 election. We'll talk about it after this.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts. 17 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations, one loyalty program.
We empower those who act. Those who see the correlation between upswings and downswings. Those who manage risk by meeting each obstacle with a perfectly executed strategy, a measured approach, the right tools, driving accuracy. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
High Point University is the premier life skills university, where student transformation is focused on personal initiative and extraordinary career outcomes. Employers value HPU's real-world preparation. Students love unprecedented access to global leaders on High Point's inspiring campus. And parents appreciate HPU's God, family, and country values. Choose to be extraordinary at High Point University.
My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I'm genetically predisposed, so we created Nutrafol. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement. It's never too late to improve your hair health. Get started at Nutrafol.com/man.
Baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get in. Can I get down so I can win? I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it.
This is the sound of a gift that keeps it simple. No late-night assembly, no batteries required, no complications. An Omaha Steaks gift is easy to give and a joy to receive. This holiday, give the gift that's simply perfect. Just a little holiday wisdom from Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV to order the perfect gift today for just $99.99, and we'll include 8 burgers free.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business, he relied on freshness, quality, variety, and service. We still deliver the freshest nuts, dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families all around the country. Nuts.com. Enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Congressman Ro Khanna has an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, and it's in today's Journal. He says that Twitter went too far in censoring a news story about Hunter Biden before the 2020 election, and says those who shared that story shouldn't have been suspended. The congressman is responding to the so-called Twitter files, leaked internal and external communications at Twitter surrounding the decision to censor that news story about Hunter Biden. An email from Congressman Khanna to Twitter was included in those files, urging Twitter not to violate the principles of free speech. In today's op-ed, Khanna says Suppressing speech we don't like leaves us blind to alternative perspectives that help us see the whole complex truth. And he was really lauded for it, and it's a little bit disappointing that because he was so unique and so singular in pushing back on this, that you can actually get accolades because you're the only person that did it. I'm not saying it's just on that side. To try to find someone on the other side willing to break rank, you're going to get primaried really on either side. So it's so hard, and it's so refreshing and good to see Roe. Didn't know that those were ever going to be leaked. That was purely done on principle, regardless of what the consequences were going to be. And that's what we need. Got him on a soapbox, but that's what we need more.
I mean, it's anybody who steps out of line with the party.
On either side.
On either side.
But this was, and you know that I love, Roe and I don't agree on a lot, but you know, I love him. And, you know, we're thinking about running. So you know that, right? Rojo, because I think vice president might be better for me. That other job is, I mean, seems much harder, doesn't it?
Yes.
I'll take the second spot. Let him handle all that stuff. Coming up, the CEO of engineering and construction company Bechtel is going to join us next. These guys need to know how to do everything. We're going to talk infrastructure, jobs, and the U.S. economy. This company's been in business half as long as the United States has been a country.
Wow.
Still ahead, planes, trains, and automobiles. We're going to talk to the CEOs of United Airlines, Union Pacific, and General Motors, all in the 7
let's maybe get into some of the more thornier issues around what's going on in your space these days. How big a deal is this, and how does this change the equation for Robinhood, given the focus, at least historically, on younger consumers? Now we're talking about retirement.
Well, Andrew, the world is changing around us. You know, we've talked a lot about inflation and rising interest rates, but one of the other things that's been changing is the nature of work. You see an increasing number of people sort of avoiding the one employer traditional model and doing freelance work, doing gig economy work, having multiple sources of income. And with this product, we're excited to offer a retirement account that's specifically geared towards the needs of these customers. So as you mentioned earlier, it's the first and only IRA that offers a match. And with the nature of work changing, the traditional kind of employer as a safety net model is evaporating a little bit too. And we're happy for Robinhood to kind of step in and help our customers retire. And even though, you know, there might be less interest in investing than there was in 2020 and 2021, interest among retirement, particularly among Gen Z and younger people, is really high. And you have each successive generation of consumers interested in retirement at an earlier stage.
Right.
So
how much do you see this, Vlad, though, as how much do you see this as something for your current consumer set, and how much of this is about attracting a new consumer base?
I think it's a little bit of both. Certainly when we talk to our current consumers, we have a lot of them that are interested in retirement. It is one of the most frequent asks that we get from our brokerage customers. Some of them have retirement accounts elsewhere. Others don't, but are interested in retirement and don't know exactly how to start. And it can be complicated. You know, there's lots of different account types. You have to decide between a Roth and a traditional. You have to understand kind of the contributions and the tax implications of these decisions. And we've always prided ourselves on not just offering great economics with the match, but making it really simple for people so that they can understand and move past the jargon and get to their goal, which is to build up a nest egg.
We got to talk about the Sam Bankman-Fried of all of it. He, of course, had taken a stake in your company. There was a lot of speculation, as you very well know, that he wanted to maybe even buy the entire business. What did you think when you heard about the bankruptcy and all of the other now speculation or worse around what's happened here?
Yeah, well, it's I think an unfortunate outcome for customers who have their money locked up in FTX and FTX US. I think my takeaway, and it's something that we haven't really heard discussed too much, is there's a little bit of you know, a pattern that I'm starting to see with these foreign companies that create US subsidiaries, and these US subsidiaries are relatively small, but it gives them access to the US market. And you know, Robinhood operates a little bit differently than that. We're a US parent company. We obviously have regulated businesses here, but I think companies have been using kind of these foreign home bases, whether they be in the Caribbean in the case of FTX, or, you know, you've got companies in China, and they haven't been sort of scrutinized to the same degree. And I think that's something that regulators should take a look at and make sure that, you know, the scrutiny is the same, if not higher, if you're offshore and operating a business that has subsidiaries that serve American customers.
But how do you think, though, about the trading of various tokens and coins, even on your own platform, some of which I think one of the lessons of this experience is I don't think people even appreciate what the true value of these things. I mean, I think there's still a big question about whether there's any value to these things, but to the extent that there's some value, you know, whether it's being artificially inflated in certain cases, whether, you know, the low float is effectively being used to then push up the quote unquote market cap. I think we saw what happened with Alameda, and those are real questions that people have today.
Yeah, and I've talked a little bit about kind of Robinhood's values and how we prioritize customer safety. If you look at our crypto offering, we've been very selective about the cryptos that we offer. We offer, I believe, 19 right now, as opposed to some of these offshore companies and other players that are offering hundreds of coins, right? So we've been very selective about what we offer to customers. We want to make sure they have access to high quality assets. We understand, crypto is here to stay. This isn't this is one player that has had an unfortunate failure, but it wasn't really a intrinsic failure to crypto.
Vlad, just to put a fine point on it, am I wrong to believe that you do offer the FTT token on your platform?
We don't offer the FTT token on our platform. I believe we have market data that allows customers to track its price, but we don't offer it for trading, no.
Hey, Vlad, how weird is it that, your company, the stake that they had in your company, that FTX had in your company, $472 million, I think it's a 7.6% stake in your company. That's the most valuable asset that everybody's fighting over in these bankruptcies, not just of FTX, but also when it comes down to BlockFi. They're suing to try and get a hold of that too. What does that mean for you? Does it affect you in any way that amount of your shares is going to be locked up in bankruptcy court?
Well, I mean, it's one of there's obviously pluses and minuses with being a public company. I mean, one of the things is anyone can buy our stock on the open market, and so we have lots of shareholders. I guess I'm not surprised that it's one of the more valuable assets they have on their balance sheet because it is public company stock. But yeah, other than that, we don't have a lot of information that you guys don't have, right? We're just watching this unfold, and like you said, it's going to be locked up in bankruptcy proceedings most likely for some time, and so we're just kind of seeing how that plays out.
And then when you think about crypto more broadly, Vlad, how big an element of that do you think your business will ultimately be? And how do you think that what's happened here may or may not change that dynamic? When you sit with your team and talk about sort of crypto as a component part of your business, has that conversation changed in the past 3 weeks?
I think we still see opportunities with crypto. I think in particular, customers have been looking for regulated, safer options. I mean, particularly customers in the U.S. There's a growing interest in self-custody. And as you probably know, we've been working on a self-custody wallet that gives customers control over their keys and their coins. So I think there's opportunity there, and Robinhood, I think, can lean into what we've sort of established as having a reputation for safety and for being selective about what we offer and how we offer it. But there's opportunities in more traditional financial services as well. I mean, this retirement launch kind of being a great example of that. I think there's opportunities for us in this environment to really lean into helping customers think for the long term and how to build up their retirement savings.
Right.
And that's a more traditional product. These IRAs and Roths will be offering ETFs and equities, listed equities to start. So the nature of our business is that we're going to help people invest and save for retirement, save for the long term. And we see a lot of opportunities for that in the current environment, and crypto notwithstanding.
Vlad, we want to thank you for joining us this morning with this news, and also for taking our questions about what's happened here with FTX. We look forward to seeing you again very soon, hopefully in person, no less. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you guys. Cheers.
Let's get down to the New York Stock Exchange. Jim Cramer, joins us now. It's a kind of a seasonally strong time, Jim, but we got the I don't know how often we hear from the Fed that they say, we're definitely still going higher. That's the lead story. Mike Wilson seems like he thinks this latest rally's petering out a little. What's your feeling on just the overall indexes?
Look, these guys exhaust me, these negative people. Look, and by the way, Jamie Dimon, other than the military, I thought he was incredibly negative. Mike Wilson, negative. Katie Huber, you look at the charts, negative. I don't know anybody who's really positive, and yet at the same time, you have a down day like yesterday. The positive, suddenly people I think are going to come back and take a hard look at things because there's not a lot of stock issuance, and other than the 2-year, there's not a lot of great investment. Everyone's decided there's going to be a recession. I don't see the recession coming. I think that the Fed's being very deliberate. No one thinks the Fed's doing a good job that comes on air. I mean, other than Greg Hayes. I mean, Greg Hayes is, of course, because of the huge number of munitions that we've spent in Ukraine. He's got a good story to tell, but I'm exhausted by the negativity. I mean, wow. I mean, I come in, I'm looking for bargains, and I feel like, don't waste your time. Just go buy the 2-year. And I don't think that's right. I think that's what people are going to listen to, though.
Well, it's when you're in a period where you get to choose recession or hyperinflation, it just, I guess, it's just up. But maybe that tells you right there that it's probably not as bad as it makes us feel. And
that's what I think.
Yeah.
Look, I mean,
Sun
we're going
always
to have
comes
a lot
up,
of
Jim.
layoffs. But I don't know. I mean, so yes, we had a bottom. We had a very short recession, print a lot of money. Now we're paying the price. But these guys are also negative. They should resign after that negative. Get someone else who's more positive. Like, give me some Churchills. Don't give me these guys who want to lose. I want someone losing. I'll put anybody in. Yeah, thank you.
All right. We'll see you in a couple minutes for some positive. Squawk Box will be right back with Honeywell CEO Darius Adamczyk.
What is N? It's a variable, a symbol of flexibility, solving for the needs of today's investors, finding opportunities across asset classes, investing to sustain growth ahead of the unknown. That's the power of N.
Scan my flow code to shop Skin by Kim. Skin by Kim. Discover a new era in skincare.
For skin as alive as you are, don't settle for silver. Harness the power of 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins to smooth, heal, and moisturize your dry skin. Gold Bond. Champion your skin.
Baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get in. Can I get down so I can win? I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it.
From tropical bites to cowboy delights, Nuts.com has over 1,400 delicious snacks to satisfy every craving. Enjoy every flavor of happy and get free shipping on your first order.
This is the sound of a gift that keeps it simple. No late-night assembly, no batteries required, no complications. An Omaha Steaks gift is easy to give and a joy to receive. This holiday, give the gift that's simply perfect. Just a little holiday wisdom from Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV to order the perfect gift today for just $99.99, and we'll include 8 burgers free.
All All right, welcome back, everybody. We are about to wrap up today's show from the Business Roundtable in Washington, D.C. But before we do, we have one more very big guest to talk about the economy, the outlook from America's CEOs, and much more. Joining us is Darius Adamczyk. He is the chairman and CEO of Honeywell. And Darius, it's good to see you here. I know that we've talked to everybody all morning about what they see on the economy. We've got to get your take on that before we talk about some of the other things that Honeywell is working. Where do you see things? How are things headed? How are you feeling about?
Well, first of all, great to be here. Good to see you all in person. It's always nice. Yeah, I think I'll sort of unpack this a little bit. You know, I think the sentiment index is down, and I think people are kind of over-functioning about that. But I think for me, I watch the following metrics, which is if we think about 66% of the U.S. economy roughly is based on the consumer. And then you look at the savings rates, which I think are a very important metric. And you look at the saving rates, they were double digits in 2020. About a year ago, they were about 7.2%. Right now, they're at about 2.6%. So you see them coming down. Then sort of another important metric is what are the savings, accounts? How much people have saved up through this pandemic? If for a reference point, in 2021, the savings rates were about $74,000, $75,000. They're about 62 right now.
I think it's 2.3%.
Right. But then if you look at 2019, it was about 42,000, which means the consumer is still relatively healthy. Now, they've changed how they spend their money because it's gone from products primarily in 2020 and 2021 to now services. So airlines, hotels are doing extraordinarily well. You combine that with the kind of work from home, and there's a lot of 3-day weekends where people go to other places other than their homes to actually, and there's a lot of pent-up demand for experiences rather than products. So I'm not overly pessimistic on 2023. I do think the economy is going to be tougher than it was in 2022, but I don't think it's going to be a disaster.
But what you do see are CEOs preparing for that. If you think things are going to be worse, you're looking at ways to cut costs, you're looking at layoffs, and that may in turn feed to that sort of narrative and become a self-fulfilling prophecy at some point.
I think for Honeywell, we kind of see the full spectrum. I mean, on the aerospace side, I mean, we have more demand than the supply chain can actually keep up with. I mean, I think the supply chain challenges are real, and they're still there. They're getting a little bit better, but they're still there. And then, we look at the other end, like warehouse automation, which is really tied to retail growth and products and distribution. It's been a tougher market for us. And then we have everything that's just about in between. So, I think some of our segments were kind of preparing for a storm. Other segments are growing very, very quickly, and we're trying to bring on as many people as we possibly can.
I know that you all have been focusing on sustainability, and it seems a little crazy and hard to get your head around the idea of aviation and jets and sustainability and how that works. What kind of progress are you making? What are you seeing?
Well, I think that the big unlock for aviation is SAF. I mean, we've developed green jet fuel technology 2 decades ago. I mean, we were one of the first transatlantic flights on green jet fuel. It's a technology that's existed for a long time. Nobody really cared. It's only recently that people actually cared, and we're still the leading provider. I was in Latin America a few weeks ago, and I really believe that Latin America is going to be one of the hubs for green fuels, particularly green jet fuel, just because of the biology and the availability of biostocks.
Costs how much now compared?
I'm sorry?
Per gallon. Costs how much now?
Well, it's multiples. It's going to be a lot
10
more.
times as much?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more, and depending upon the country, it's a little bit different. So there's going to have to be a gradual transition. I mean, there's no instant gratification in terms of transition in our economy.
What could we get it down to? Never be 1-to-1.
Well, I think it all depends how much we support the feedstock. We need economies of scale. I mean, sure, if it constitutes.
That'll work with economies of scale.
Well, I think we need more.
Get to 5-to-1.
You gotta have more variety in terms of what you can use as feedstock. For example, we introduced ethanol to jet. Technology, which just increases the possibilities for what you use at feedstock. If it's just fats and so on, sure, that there's a limitation.
But think of global commerce and how dependent it is on what we do up in the air. So when could this possibly be not prohibitively costly and actually take a 10% margin share of what we do right now?
Well, I think
what year?
Yeah.
2050?
I'm not sure I can give you exact year, Joe, but I think that, we need to make
well, not 2026.
Yeah, it is a bit of a circular discussion, right? Which is, what's the regulatory environment looks like, how much support, what's the cost of carbon credits, and, you can move that year up or down based upon what that looks like. But I do,
up or down from 2,100 or 2,200.
But it's going to be gradual. I do think that, and I don't think there's any sort of instant gratifications, unlocks that now all of a sudden in 2025 we're going to be using SAF for aviation. It's going to be a slow and gradual. But we also have to remember, a lot of us CEOs, we made these commitments around carbon emissions and so on, and okay, maybe you can postpone dealing with that, but you can only postpone it for so long because a lot of those goals are 2040, 2050. And we are seeing a lot of interest.
If we're not
maybe,
all dead.
but I think that's a credibility
if we're still
issue,
not
right?
underwater. Yeah, it is a credibility, but both sides got to prove credibility.
Sure, but for us, we made sort of a midterm goal because we said by 2025 we've got to decrease by 10%. Because it's really fun to sort of talk about 2040, 2050 because it'll be 2 CEOs from now. And I think you've got to have some goals that are a little bit nearer term.
But as the economy gets more challenged, actually, how many of those pledges do you think you start to see people say, you know what, we got to shift here? I know it's a credibility issue to some degree, but at some degree it's also a practical
we've
issue.
Seen it there. It's when the lights start going out and people start putting sweaters on in Europe, the reality of these things set in, and it's great to have these goals.
But I'll give you a really interesting statistic, Joe. We did, you have something called a sustainability index, and we survey a lot of executives through some of the U.S. and companies, actually countries throughout the world. Did you know, for example, that sustainability in the U.S., at least, is now ahead of meeting financial commitments? It's the same way in Latin America. So I do think it has people's attention. But, what's going to happen? We're seeing a lot of interest on the part of customers to drive some of these solutions independent of the market.
We're about out of time. How much of your new customer interest is coming from that, from sustainability, things that they want?
I can't go see a customer without a discussion on sustainability. Every single customer, so whether it's buildings, whether it's energy shift, green fuels, that's the topic of just about every conversation I have.
Darius Adamczyk, we want to thank you very much for being with us, Darius. Great to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, so folks, that does it for us today. It's been an incredible series of conversations that we've been having here. We hope to see you right back here tomorrow. We'll be back in New York City for that. Right now, it's time for Squawk on the Street. Take care.
Wow, what a great show on Squawk. Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at the New York Stock Exchange. We're coming off the worst session in almost a month. More red arrows pre-market, although futures getting a little bit better. A lot of commentary on the tape from Business Roundtable, Goldman's Financial Services Conference. We'll get to all of it. Oil's back to 75. Our roadmap begins with fading CEO optimism, pressured by inflationary headwinds, eroding consumer wealth, and layoffs extending beyond just tech.
Plus, Taiwan Semi boosting that investment in Arizona. It is now up to $40 billion. President Biden is set to visit the chip manufacturer's planned plant today. Jamie Dimon calling out crypto, saying it's, quote, a complete sideshow.
Let's begin with the markets this morning, aiming to rebound from their worst day in nearly a month. Jamie Dimon on Squawk this morning, Jim, talking about the consumer, the strength of the banking system, calling crypto a sideshow, and Pet rocks, the equivalent.
Yeah, I thought that was right about crypto. I think Jamie has a laundry list of things that he could easily trot out to be alarmed by. And against that, he says that our military is good. And I think we all agree with that. I was put off by it because what it said was, I'm basically like everybody else. I just don't think we can really get out of this situation. The situation's bad. It's going to be inflation, or it's going to be recession. And when I listen to that, it says to me, okay, we've got the big strategists saying we don't like the market. We have individual stocks being downgraded. We have Jamie Dimon, is a very smart guy, saying, listen, there's nothing here. David, I'm not hearing anyone saying the following, which is, you know what, the market there's been really some very big values being created. There's some winners. There's some losers that are going away. When the Fed stops, which it eventually will, because there's going to be big layoffs, there's going to be great opportunity. I do not ever hear the word opportunity. It's almost as if we've banned the word opportunity.
Well, it may be because there are a lot of people who continue to believe, Jim, that there's demand destruction yet to come, and that earnings have not come down in terms of the estimates or what will be the reality next year to a level that makes the market not attractive right now. I mean, it's that simple. You know it.
Well,
and there are plenty who still believe that.
Yes.
And that was in action a bit yesterday.
Now you have, but here's an example of what is just driving me crazy. Here's a piece, Morgan Stanley. Jack be nimble. Not time to be long, large cap banks yet. Double upgrade JP Morgan. See, this is the kind of thing. I'm like, hey, you know what? The Giants, they're doing quite poorly. I'm picking them for the Super Bowl. I mean, I need to hear something that indicates you can't have everything. You can't have, listen, it looks really good, it's going to be really bad. And
it is a shift in coverage, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, Jack be nimble. I mean, what is, Jack be quick, you sell JP Morgan with a candlestick. I mean, what is this? I mean, people, come on. Be a little more rigorous. Say things and work a little. Don't look at the chart. Make a decision that things are going down. Jamie Dimon, you do some more work. Don't say hurricane. You should have said, listen, you know what? I misspoke. What I meant to say was it could be a challenging time. I mean, who are these people? They're paying a fortune to try to find ways to be able to help people make money. And they come on, and what do they have to say? It's like, hey, listen, I'm sorry it's so bad. What do we like?
Well, yeah. At least your friend Jamie didn't say hurricane. He refrained from doing so.
I didn't know he's my friend. That's terrific. Maybe we're doing something this weekend. Maybe we're going to play the National.
I know.
Should we play the National?
I use the friend term liberally because you use it with
me. All right,
me.
we'll play Shinnecock.
And I know you guys are really not friends, but
that's better.
But he didn't. I think he's been encouraged. Don't say hurricane, please, Jamie. But he did, at the same time, have some things to say.
You have a positive clip you're going to play?
No, it's not positive in terms of the risks and his concerns.
The risks.
Now, 4% on their way to 5%. Inflation is eroding everything I just said, and that $1.5 trillion will run out sometime mid-year next year. And so when you're looking out forward, those things may very well derail the economy and cause this mild or hard recession that people are worried about.
I mean, look, Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell has raised rates at a furious pace to try to stop inflation. I think, and I think Jamie ought to do this too, I now ask CEOs, someone behind the scenes, because they don't really want to talk about it, how hard is it to get people? Something changed in the last 4 weeks. It's suddenly not hard. The companies I talk to, all of them, not hard. We get resumes. We got people who want to come back to work. That's why I think that you got to be very careful. I mean, to me, none of these guys were saying the following, which is, the Fed will keep doing this, and then one day we're going to wake up and see a lot of layoffs. And the Fed is, you're going to see the table of employment, you're going to come down for a lot of places. And there are people. I mean, I was talking to someone from a major construction company yesterday who just said, I don't know what's happened, but in the last 3 weeks, we could fill any job and then some. And it's just happening right now. And alluded to the fact that Amazon layoffs are going to impact the economy.
It's interesting. It's like a fire. It's working through, but it's not everywhere. Volkswagen this morning, difficulty finding qualified workers. David Solomon this morning talking about how impressed he's been in his peers being tenacious and retaining talent.
While he is actually, I think, compensation-wise, going to come out in a way that people are going to have to rethink how well they're doing.
You mean compensation firm-wide at Goldman Sachs?
I think JP Morgan's you make more money there, you make more money at some of these other firms. I think Goldman, you're not going to make as much money as you thought you were going to.
Really?
Yes, I do. Did you buy look, you have PepsiCo, which is a really good firm.
I was just going to mention PepsiCo.
And PepsiCo says, hey, listen, we got some fat, we got to cut it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens. Why should we suddenly say, you know what?
Well, they're being proactive there, too. It's not as though they've had a rough go of it. They've been rewarded in the market.
Numbers.
They've had organic growth rates that have been very strong, but they're cutting jobs.
But look, I'm just saying that if I had gone home with the attitude of listening to these people yesterday.
What people are we talking about?
All these people come on, except for Greg Hayes, these guys. Even Darius was a little suspect. And I would have said, you know what? If someone said to me, let's say I'm walking out at 3 o'clock. Let's say I left early, like all the millennials or the Gen X or Zs, whatever they are, Delta. And I said, hey, you know what? I hear Textron's got a big contract they could win. You know what you would say? Count me out. Are you kidding me? Textron? They stink. Well, I mean, Bing, $11 billion contract. I'm just saying that every day I see things, and they are not in the minority. I'm not talking about NRG buying some company that's, I don't know. I'm just saying that every day I see things that intrigue me. But none of these people are intrigued by anything.
I mean, take a look at, for example, David Kostin's note from Friday, looking at hedge fund and mutual fund positioning, $5 trillion, basically leaning into cyclicals, right?
Those have been on fire. I mean, they've been amazing. And they'll stay amazing because the government's got $550 billion in additional infrastructure spending, and they got to put it to work. Now, I know we don't have enough engineers. I totally get that. But I also recognize that we had this period where we had PPI, and we had Boeing got bailed out, Carnival got bailed out, Hertz got bailed out. A lot of companies got bailed out that would have failed. We had major blank check writing, which is now really coming to an end. And David, my take is this.
Yes.
The Fed is just slowly grinding away, and they're going to pull it off.
Yeah, I sense that you're quite positive.
Longer term, I think Jay Powell. See, look, a lot of these people want to say this. Wow, Jay, really blew it. Too bad. I'm not going there. It's an ongoing process.
Right, but does that mean you buy the market today then, Jim? I mean, we can all be positive long term. Every single person who comes on is positive long term.
Well, that means nothing to me.
No, none of it means nothing.
That just means they're worried about how they're going to look in Twitter in the next 30 minutes.
It's, the average strategist. I'm positive long term.
Well, that's like great. In the long term, we know where we are.
Yes.
And hopefully I'd like to be interred next to my mom, just for the record.
Okay, I'll make sure to keep that in mind.
In the long term, I'm going to buy checks trying to be interned next to my mom.
For some reason, the kids aren't aware. I'll make sure they are.
No, I just came out there. I made the statement.
Okay, well, people might forget.
Do you want to choose music for that day now?
No, I just think
you're not going anywhere. You're going to be here like 30 years from now.
But I'm just saying, when these guys say the long term, what that says is we have no idea what's going to happen, and don't bother to listen to us, and maybe it's too early to buy Silvergate.
Yes, all true.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, these are people who have found their way into Dogecoin, and they're happy. Dogecoin still has like billions of dollars in it. I'm just saying that the long term is a punt. That is just a punt. That's giving Brady the ball of 5 minutes. I mean, are you kidding me?
2 minutes.
Well, he had, I mean, they're terrible. Jeez,
well, in the short term, though, there's demand destruction going on. People who follow diesel fuel, for example, which can be a reflection of the truckers and the commercial economy. Right. Diesel prices going down, crack spread going down.
Well, but that's
coming off.
The system's
overall.
Caught up. The system's caught up. We have a lot of pipelines that go down to the.
Demand is starting to wane.
Well,
right?
that's why I think that those who think that inflation is roaring ought to look at some data.
Okay.
I mean, I think oil, which I said, I did more work on it yesterday. I was too glib. I think that oil could drop more just because I had thought that China was going to come back online in a way that would indicate that there's going to be tremendous buying, and hasn't happened. Here's something that I didn't hear once, but we could win the war if we want to in Ukraine. We could win it. The mothers of Russia are upset. The casualties have been terrible. It could be the end of Putin. He could fall. This could be a brand new period in Europe. Did any of these people say that? No. You see, they can't say it because it's just they're going to get that on YouTube or on Twitter. It's going to be said. He said that they could win the war. They're so afraid of even being in a position to be held accountable.
Who are these people?
The people I'm talking about.
And they are.
You're right, Jim. I mean, it's nobody wants to have receipts brought on them.
Well, okay,
so it's hard to make difficult calls.
That's my point.
Yes.
And I look. I mean, if I looked.
That's why we look to you, Jim.
Well, if I looked at my mentions column, I would be hiding somewhere, with my my shotguns, but also my rifle, a 17 caliber. It can shoot a can from a quarter mile. And you can't do this. You have to come out and say, listen, even Darius, Andrew, we have businesses that are so strong, and the Fed could slow us down a little bit, but I'm not worried. Greg Hayes was the only optimist because the arsenals are also
yes, he's a weapons manufacturer. Things are good.
Things are good.
Things are good.
Yeah. I mean, Major Barber. You're
very good.
You ever see Major Barber? Shaw, George Bernard Shaw?
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, Shaw. You're not Shaw Carpet. You think Shaw Carpet?
No, I know what you mean. George Bernard Shaw, yes, the playwright.
He knows. He knows everything.
He does. Well, he's a student of the theater.
The theater's great.
Theater.
My wife went to see Wicked again last night.
Oh, very
Still
nice.
holds up.
It's a long-running show.
Long-running?
I saw the Stoppard play last week. It's good. Very good.
You went to play?
I've been to 3 plays recently.
Wow, that's
Really?
great.
Yeah.
We need it.
Well, they went to Washington and interviewed everybody in the world.
Yes, they did.
And you saw a couple
And I went to the
plays.
theater. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well,
Exactly. Would you like my reviews? They'll be later.
You have the edge on them. I'll
Because
tell
you
you
have
that
Jamie
much.
Diamond, Derek
You- you-
Sadamchek,
they-
Greg Hayes,
top
Doug
10.
McMillan. You can get
Yeah, they had
reviews
the
here.
top 10 fortune. He went off Broadway.
Yeah.
I went to New Haven. Saw a couple of plays. May never make it.
There's a lot more on the way today. The president is heading to Arizona to visit that Taiwan semi-chip plant. We'll talk about what that means for the sector. Would be the biggest foreign investment in the history of Arizona. Take a look at the futures as the Nasdaq's trying to creep into the green. More Squawk on the Street straight ahead.
What if you were a global energy company with operations in Scotland, technologists in India, and customers all on different systems? You need to pull it together. So you call in IBM and Red Hat to create an open hybrid cloud platform. Now data is available anywhere securely. And your digital transformation is helping find new ways to unlock energy around the world. Let's create a hybrid cloud that can change an industry. IBM, let's create.
At Fidelity, your dedicated advisor will help you create a comprehensive wealth plan for your full financial picture with the right balance of risk and reward, so you can enjoy more of this. This is the planning effect.
Let's just take a little bit. No!
This part is never easy, but at least saving on your family's medication is. Prescription savings made easy. Another good reason to check GoodRx.
Just a little bit more and you'll feel all better.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea?
That they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue.
That's crazy.
Well, not everyone knows Coventry's helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies.
I can't believe they're just sitting up there.
Sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine. Come on,
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-571-7900 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get in. Can I get down so I can win? I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it.
So, you got your first Cubicle crate? $3. Welcome to the club. These crates aren't just amazing STEAM projects. They're full of awesome moments like this, and this, and this. Get your first one for free at trycubico.com.
Crypto is a complete sideshow, okay? And you guys spend too much time on it, and I've made my views perfectly clear about crypto tokens are like pet rocks. And there's people hyping this stuff up. That doesn't mean blockchain is not real. Right. That doesn't mean smart contracts won't be real or Web 3.0. But cryptocurrencies that don't do anything, I don't understand why people spend any time.
That's Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan on Squawk Box earlier in the morning. Jim, you said yesterday it's never too late to sell.
No, it's not. Well, David, I don't know whether you know what a fungible token is, but one that's not fungible must be worse than one that's fungible. I think that there's just been this gigantic con, and it really, I mean, I am grateful to JP Morgan when I went there to try to give my Ethereum. And Jamie sent me to a woman who's in charge of this, and she just said, listen, we're not going to take that stuff. Are you kidding? We're not taking it. I said, I've been a customer for 30 years. Customer's always right. You have to take my Ethereum. She says, well, no, we're not. And you know what? Thank you. That was a great reason to sell. That plus the fact that my wife was going to kick me out. But I thought that Jamie's been true to his word the whole time.
Yeah, well, Diamond has been negative on crypto.
But that's been great.
Since the early days, whether Bitcoin was
the bank Silvergate?
1,000 or 60,000.
Coinbase? sandbank treatment.
And he also said we
billion.
spend too much time on it, which probably do as well.
Now, I think that when someone borrows $34 billion and it looks like they can't afford it, isn't that more than what Archegos did?
Yes.
We spent a lot of time on Archegos.
We did. Archegos was fascinating.
Well, this is Archegos.
Still haven't gotten full answers.
Archegos.
Sam Bankman-Fried is not. I consider that a fascinating story, separate, obviously connected deeply into crypto, but its own. Its own thing, not necessarily just talking about tokens.
How would you Madoff versus Sam Bankman-Fried?
Say again. What about Sam Bankman-Fried?
Well, I'm trying to get to. Did we overcover Madoff?
No.
What?
No.
Jamie, what does Jamie want us to cover?
We haven't overcovered SBF.
Does he want to go to one of his branches? I have a nice branch in Summit. Does he want to do the show? We are now, as opposed to the people in Squawk, we could go to my branch in Summit, do a show from there.
Why would we do that?
Well, because I'm trying to compare us to what they did in the morning show.
Oh, I see.
We'll travel. We'll get on the road. We haven't mentioned Silvergate, by the way. Down 8% this morning
doing as well as
after
it
that
should.
filing yesterday, in which they said they did due diligence on FTX and Alameda.
Well, sometimes you just get had.
You could have done a lot of due diligence. You would have had to ask the questions and not gotten the sufficient answers to say, I'm not comfortable with this, even if you didn't know there was fraud.
But how about those big funds, David? I still don't feel like I have enough answers on the big funds that just, I don't know, didn't seem to check it all.
You mean the ones who invested, not in FTX as investors you're talking about?
When I was in the business of raising money,
or SoftBank.
They would come see me.
In SoftBank, the ones who invested in WeWork, too, for I don't know how many billions. And can we just go down the list? Do you really think they ask a lot of questions there?
They brought him a bottle in 1942.
Yeah, do you really think they ask a lot of questions there?
He asked me to have a drink at 11 o'clock.
I said, Adam Newman?
Yeah, Adam. I said, well, this is in the morning. And I said, no. And he said, come on, it's the 1942. And I said, that really doesn't influence my decision as much as yours. Well, I just thought it was just a curious offering.
Yeah. Yeah. So I cannot. No, the level of due diligence varies, let's say. And it's hard to imagine some of these firms do true due diligence.
Well, don't you think there should be people
when something
who are fired?
Seems hot?
How about someone be fired? Say, this is the guy. This person spent all the time, and that person's fired and is on the street. Kind of like what Dave Tepper did to the Panthers coach. Fired. I mean, I think the offensive coordinator at any college in the country would be fired for doing that. Division III.
We'll get Kramer's Matt Dash this morning. Countdown to the opening bell. A lot to get to. Got some earnings, plenty of research, both on the upgrade and the downgrade side. When we come back in a minute.
Poshmark is the perfect side hustle. I started before getting my job and having kids, and there's so much I can sell. Whether it's my closet, my kids' closets, bags, accessories, and even electronics. It's so easy. I can list an item in 60 seconds or less. I buy a ton of stuff too. I think of it as a revolving closet of options for every season. Best of all, I can make some extra cash and stay stylish.
I promise, as an independent advisor, to put the financial well-being of you and your family first.
I promise to serve, not sell.
I promise our relationship will be one of partnership and trust.
I am a fiduciary, not just some of the time, but all of the time.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
ESG is responsible investing. Who's responsible for building ESG into your investments? At PGIM, the pursuit is on for outperformance. As active investors to outdeliver with customized strategies, integrating ESG best practices into our investment decisions. As asset managers and fiduciaries to outserve with our commitment to better ESG outcomes. Join the pursuit of outperformance at PGIM, the investment management business of Prudential.
Did you know GoodRx can help you get a better price on your family's prescriptions?
I just opened the app, type in the name of our meds. That's it. Savings on my husband's blood pressure refills and savings on my daughter's allergy pills.
Prescription savings for the whole family. Another good reason to check GoodRx.
The biggest business problems.
You want to fully cash out.
I'm tired of bootstrapping.
You can't take the heat.
The best money experts.
I hate the business.
Don't say take it in the back of the barn and shoot it, because I'm not.
Hold up.
Money Court. All new tomorrow, 10 Eastern on CNBC.
All right, let's get to a mad dash. Start talking some stocks. About 7 minutes or so before we get started with trading. AutoZone, is that what I heard you say?
It's very rare that a company buys back 392,000 shares and it's a big deal. But AutoZone is now cut back, literally, it cut its float in half. David, it reported, it didn't last since 2017. It reported a $27 number. We were looking for 25. The revenue's much, much better than expected. Now, this is how you run a stock, okay? Wow. This is what I'm talking. Now, Jamie, his hurricane occurred here, right? There's a guy, a weatherman in Philadelphia, his name is Hurricane. And I don't care. See, I don't care. This is what you look for. This is what I'm looking for. You get it periodically, you get a chance. You can go buy it because there's a pandemic. But, David, the average age of the car is so long, minus 13 years. The inability to get a car is so difficult. The price of new cars is so good, so big. So you go to do it yourself. You go to the zone.
I get it.
Now, David, when you bought your headlight last time.
Oh, yes, of course.
You
no, I haven't bought anything for my car in a while.
Have you ever put a headlight in?
No, I've never put a headlight in.
When I was sleeping in my car, it was so important. You got to have your headlights.
What about the rise of electric vehicles over time, which have far fewer parts? Is that a long-term threat?
Well, that's probably why people are shorted.
I mean, that's way out of here.
It should be an issue, but David, in the long term.
Yes, we know. We know your wishes now.
I don't think you should be paid if you say in the long term.
You
should literally be docked. Like a guy should come in and say, listen, I'm taking $50,000 out of this week's pay because you said long term. Because those guys make a fortune to say that stuff. I think that's crazy. In the long term, in the 2024 period, when we have 2 first-round drafts, we're going to be we're going to maybe make the playoffs. In what industry?
It's about
hope. Nobody
hope.
In sports is it.
You got to hope for something.
Accountability matters.
Okay. Opening bell is just a few minutes away. By the way, remember, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Listen to and follow on the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
About my last life.
What happened to the other 8 lives?
Does this have shellfish in it?
Yes, sir.
The wishing star will get me my lives back. This is in the dark forest. After you.
Wait, what?
Dog? Still alive?
Puss in Boots. Rated PG.
Instacart shoppers know your order is more than just items. Instacart shoppers make it happen so you get more time to savor life.
Chloe, je suis amoureux de toi.
Quoi?
Need help learning and speaking a new language? Try Babbel, the language learning app designed to help you have conversations in any situation.
À votre santé.
Babbel uses the spaced repetition method to help you learn quickly and remember what you learn.
Chloé, je suis heureux pour toi. À votre santé.
Babbel, real language lessons for real-world conversations. Go to Babbel.com now to start speaking in as little as 3 weeks.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get all the channels you want with all the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Another busy day? Of course. You're a CIO in 2022, but you're ready because you've got the next generation in global secure networking from Comcast Business with fully integrated security solutions all in one place. So you're covered, on-premise and in the cloud. You can run things the way you want, your team, ours, or a mix of both, with the nation's largest IP converged network from the most innovative company. Bring on today with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
When it's go time, I don't let constipation stop me.
New great-tasting Dulcolax Chewy Fruit Bites work naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. So you can go fast, go gently, and go on with life. New Dulcolax Chewy Fruit Bites put you comfortably in control.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
What is N? It's a variable, a symbol of flexibility, solving for the needs of today's investors, finding opportunities across asset classes, investing to sustain growth ahead of the unknown. That's the power of N.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen, a leader in income, alternatives, and responsible investing.
Still tight. Yeah, we're in pretty good shape in the U.S. in most roles, but we still see some pressure at cashier levels and roles like that. So we've been raising wages. If you go back, remember all the way back to like 2015, I know you guys have talked about what we did with wages, for a long time. Our wage increases have outpaced our sales and profit growth by a long shot since 2015, and we'll continue to see wages go up, and that's okay with us. We're finding ways to drive productivity.
That's Walmart's Doug McMillon earlier this morning on Squawk talking about wages. Jim, talk about a company that saw the coming wave of wage pressure very early.
Yeah, they've done a great job, and I think that Doug talked about the idea that there's some trade down. Sometimes the consumers getting a little more chary. David, I just thought it was just an excellent interview that Doug, once again, has conducted himself well as a CEO, and he's doing a good job.
Well, wages, as he pointed out, have been sort of a central focus for quite some time. I mean, I can remember when Carl went down there. It's a long time ago and did an interview.
Was it 15, maybe something like that?
Well,
when it was sort of first coming into real focus, and there was a lot of pressure, obviously.
Well, they were having trouble. And they decided, remember, they dropped the bomb on, of course, not on our show, but on the previous show, talking about how, listen, we have to get better people. And it was a remarkable admission. I felt that maybe they were underpaying their team, and the stock has reacted somewhat accordingly.
This morning, Bernstein initiates Market Perform, 159 on Walmart. They also initiate Kroger and Target. Target with an outperform, Jim.
Yeah, and Costco, which reports this week. And I think Costco, my child trust owns Costco. I don't think it's going to be a blowout because Costco attracted people from having inexpensive gasoline. But that no longer is the case. That November Costco number was not a good number. And I like Costco. But these guys said Costco is a good longer term. And I like Target. It's come down a great deal. I thought that the entire piece was thoughtful. Very thoughtful piece.
It's a great point on Costco and gasoline. Gasoline has not had a weekly increase in price since the beginning of November. AAA average is up 4 cents year on year.
I know. Now I wonder, David, if you're Jay Powell and you're checking and saying, all right, gasoline, check, gasoline, check, Jay Powell.
I get it.
Like a tote board.
Going to go 50 basis points instead of 75. Check.
There's the opening bell and the CNBC Real-Time Exchange. At the big board, it's F&G Annuities and Life, celebrating a recent partial spinoff and listing at the NASDAQ. Green Power Motor Company, a commercial EV manufacturer.
There we go. I mean, again, if you're the Fed, well, maybe there's too many EV manufacturers. I mean, the Fed wants a culling. You know?
What they want? A culling. A culling, yes.
Yeah, they want a culling.
I see.
Right? District 13.
May the odds be ever in your favor. Yes. Mary Barra on Squawk this morning with some comments about advertising on Twitter and chip supply. By the way, Ford says that nearly 65% of Ford dealers have agreed to sell EVs.
That's a very big deal because you've got this inherent bias in a lot of these places for the internal combustion engine. But the F-150 electric, which is pretty much sold out, has enticed people. Ford stock has not been a winner. But at the same time, I think he's doing everything he can. They've had some production issues, warranty issues, but it's not bad. I thought that Mary Barra once again acquitted herself well. She tells a positive story. Nobody's listening. I don't understand it, Dave. Tell you a positive story. I saw the lineup. The lineup looks good.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of cash, but no. Everyone just says, There's a lot of
Well, there's a lot of in part. Don't you think that's just a reflection of concerns about overall demand?
Yes, but at the same time, we have to just say to yourself,
slowing economy?
People are going to buy cars. There's been a shortage of cars. How many times have you heard people come on and say, listen, now there's like Friday is the beginning of a new holiday, and they want to go places. I think that Steve Scher's doing very well with Hertz.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
Did you see that settlement they had, though, on all those people who have been getting arrested for years and years?
That settlement was supposed to wipe them out, and it did not. I thought Steve Scher used to be Goldman Sachs CFO. I thought it was a good deal. I like that stock. But you know what? That's because the country has changed, and it's just beyond me to realize that. Why doesn't anyone say there are many positives post-pandemic in the way Americans lead their lives, and there's great opportunity? But no, they don't. I mean, other than the airline CEOs, no one seems to realize there's a great opportunity to be able to pick up business. Because you have to rethink the way you do business. Fridays have to change. Companies have to recognize they have to run a different kind of enterprise on Friday. They're too hidebound and they don't understand it. Friday is a different kind of day. You should be thinking about other things for your employees to make it so that they want to be retained. Because if you don't do something on Friday, you just make it a regular day, they're going to go to a place. And that's not money. I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about creativity. And I just don't hear, a lot of my friends who are at these jobs, they listen, I feel, well, I work Friday. What's the deal? Well, maybe companies have to recognize there's ways beyond compensation to make people focus more on Friday. I think there's a real problem in the country, and the problem is lack of creativity about what to do with this fifth workday.
Right. You think we're living in terminal 3-day weekends in some circles? Yeah.
Yes, I do. And Airbnb would tell you that to some degree that's true. Now, David, I'm not being at all facetious. I'm saying if I were a CEO of a company, I would get everybody together and say, what should we do to make it so we keep our top executives, so that we get our people focused on Friday without having to pay them more money? Maybe do something. Recognize that they're not working on Friday. You're just. I'm trying to come up with a thesis that has some validity.
Well, we're moving towards a 4-day work week. What's wrong with that?
France does it?
Yeah. It's like, enjoy your life, man. You don't have that much left to live. We're already talking about your burial plans.
In terms of my mother.
Yeah.
All right. My mother passed away a long time.
Would it be the worst thing in the world?
No, we're not going to be that
productivity.
We're not going to Service Corp of America. I am saying that
if
I hear people come on our air, and it's like, well, what do we do? What do we do Friday? What do we do Friday? Well, why don't you think about it instead of coming on and being scared?
There is a frustration among certain senior executives that people are not working
so maybe
on Fridays.
Be a little more creative.
Yes.
Don't just say, well, I really lament. I really lament this.
I'm not sure what creative means, because it doesn't seem things don't seem to draw people back to the office. Offsites. A lot of tequila, like WeWork.
No,
like the old WeWork.
That was an intraday offsite at 11 o'clock at his desk.
All right.
Where he said, and then let's fire up the Jets and go to Tel Aviv. I said, no, I'm like, I got to do a show tonight.
I want to talk about a deal you mentioned briefly. Not necessarily because the company being acquired is up a lot, although it is, but because the company doing the acquiring is going down.
Are you going NRG?
NRG's down 11%, Jim. This on news this morning that it is going to be acquiring Vivint Smart Home. It's what they describe as a home platform company whose mission is to help its nearly 2 million customers live intelligently by providing them with technology and products and services to create a smarter, more efficient, and safer home. They're buying the company. The price tag is $12. It's having a very positive impact on Vivint. It's a 5.2 billion overall price tag. That's 2.8 billion in cash, and what they're assuming in debt of $2.4 billion. And NRG shareholders aren't in love with it. But you can see, of course, Vivint itself is benefiting a great deal from what is a significant premium over its current trading price.
The company's been around since 1999. I didn't see anything that was super special about it. NRG, I think, is happened to be a very good company, so I can understand why people say, why do we need this sideshow?
Right.
But I'm sure it's good, but it's been around forever.
Well, they say their capital allocation update at NRG will continue to be opportunistically to balance its growth, return of capital, and balance sheet objectives. Will complete its existing $1 billion share repurchase program, over the next year. And they go on from there. They say they intend to return 50% of return of capital, 50% growth capital as of 2024. So half gets returned and half goes into continuing to grow the company at NRG. But again, and this is not a stock deal, so this is purely response of shareholders saying, okay, or saying, see you later. Don't like this.
That was a very different. I mean, that group has been okay. Has anyone been following the action in UPS?
No. Nobody has.
It's down another 3 today. It was down very big yesterday. You know, going into the holiday season, there are usually people who say it's going to be a decent holiday season.
Well, we talked about the Deutsche upgrade last week, expanding margins even as volumes keep falling.
Well, that's why I think I've been just flummoxed about UPS.
As to why the stock's declining in front of what should be a decent holiday season.
I'm just thinking this is, again, there's a lot of cross currents that make very little sense to me.
But are you getting reports on the consumer at this point being particularly strong early in the holiday season? Because I'm not.
No, I'm not. I mean, as a matter of fact, the TJX upgrade today made a lot of sense. TJX is where you go when you're trying to be a little more
cost conscious. Yep.
I do think that that Macy's is having a decent quarter, but for the most part, it is travel. They can't seem to look this whole Friday thing. I mean, I'm sorry to be hung up on.
No, it makes sense. I mean, we got an upgrade of GE today, largely based on aviation.
Yes.
Scott Kirby from United on Squawk saying if it weren't for CNBC, which he watches in the morning, the word recession wouldn't really be in his vocabulary because he doesn't see it in his data set.
No, I thought that's incredible. He only watches, he starts at 9. Apparently.
Yeah, obviously.
But I look at the travel guy. I mean, Marriott was upgraded yesterday. I thought that was a sensational upgrade because every hotel is filled, every plane is filled. It's just that the consumer, look, the pandemic had a big effect on people, and these people come on and they never seem to acknowledge that the pandemic changed the calculus, or as we would say in the business, the algorithm. The algorithm was changed, okay? People don't do what they used to do, and yet everyone keeps thinking it's going to happen, it's going to switch back. It's not switching back.
It's not. So your point is what? Now that once people were able to get back out of the house, they're all about experiences and spending on that as opposed to goods?
Well, they realized that life is short. There was a psychological change in people because 1 million people died. That's a lot of people.
They realize life is short, hence back to our earlier conversation. I mean, they don't want to work on Fridays if they can.
I mean, I was looking at Stephen King's Twitter file, and he said, he just knew so many people who died from the pandemic. I feel the same way. I knew a lot of people who died. I vowed not to do the same thing as I was doing before this. And of course, I completely broke the vow.
Yeah, you totally haven't kept that vow at all. You're doing exactly the same thing.
No, but others have done. There's weddings, there are people doing things. I'm saying, David, that people have changed their lives. They're going to Signet Jewelry, and they are.
So are we measuring the wrong things when we look at consumer
SIG
demand?
is a very good example of what I'm talking about. Gina Drosis said this was happening. People are changing their lives. They're doing things. They're going out. They're getting married. They're getting engaged. They're like resumption of life.
I mean, they raised the guide, but 18% gain.
Well, the guy she did much better, as you. JP Morgan's up 3 on that upgrade?
Oh,
on the 3. Okay, so they have Gin on the 3.
Uh-oh.
I used to have Gin. I used to have Gin. Now Gin is on the 3. You know what? Georgia's going to lose, Jenna.
Jim is feeling left out somehow.
She's a big Georgia fan. I'm telling you, I'm taking Michigan.
He's not feeling as dominant in guest bookings as he normally does.
I've had enough.
Uh-oh.
Who else is not going to come on my show?
Why don't you sit there and think about that while I talk a bit about Activision?
All right, Wingstop.
Did you guys see the late yesterday? Well, this op-ed from Brad Smith at Microsoft. We're going to be talking about this Activision deal and whether or not it's going to get challenged by the FTC, and then we'll be talking about the EU, and eventually we'll also be talking about China early next year. Brad Smith says, hey, this is good for gamers. Now, some people may view this bearishly who are saying, well, you're going to get that $95 a share deal done? Or not? Well, if you're putting op-eds in the Journal, you probably feel pretty certain you're going to get challenged by the FTC. At the same time, there's a school of thought that says actually what he's really trying to do here in a way is help those at the FTC staff and or even on the commission himself exploit the divisions that may be there in terms of Lena Khan and what she wants to do versus some other commissioners and help embolden the opposition, perhaps. So it can be viewed 2 different ways. Stock not doing much of anything. We are getting closer to a decision, it would seem, from the FTC, one way or the other, in terms of whether they're going to move to block it. By the way, Microsoft is ready to go to court, ready to take on the challenge.
This is the one. This is the one that they could really say, okay, enough overreaching.
We hear the staff within the FTC has continued to be somewhat frustrated by its leader, Lena Khan, believes perhaps that they have a decent chance of losing were they to actually take this on, but it doesn't mean it won't happen.
And how about Albertsons Kroger?
That's a separate issue that I don't have a great deal of insight into right now.
Also, it's right on front and center. They have 700,000. When you speak to Rodney McMullen, the CEO,
but this is
700,000 union jobs.
But this is one that's front and center right now because this is where the action's going to be happening. Obviously, it's an enormous deal. By the way, the rationale for the deal itself, which Smith talked about in the op-ed, was interesting. I don't know if you caught this, Jim. We want to offer consumers the option, he said, to subscribe to a cloud gaming service that lets them stream a variety of games on multiple devices for one reasonable fee.
Right. This was the GameStop killer.
Yeah.
I always thought that GameStop reports. GameStop killer means that once again I have to go to a private area and not be afraid. But GameStop does report tomorrow. But the idea was that you offered this and it would be just well, they already have a combination package. But this was killer. I thought this was so good for the gaming consumer that the idea
they're trying to make that case, perhaps to try again embolden sort of the internal opposition at the FTC that says, "Don't sue this, don't sue on this."
Win.
We'll
go
see.
For,
and
just
again,
go for a big win.
By the way, I made this point before. There are those who believe that were the deal to break, first of all, Activision would be swamped with cash, $3 billion break fee, a lot of the cash they've already been taken in and not using to buy back stock or anything else. Not to mention Bobby Kotick re-energized, not to mention Call of Duty doing well, so that there is a perception there might not be a lot of downside. At least
I think there's very little downside and a lot of upside at this point. And I've got to tell you, maybe it drops that one day, but Activision Blizzard is on a roll. They're doing better. I always thought
we got another upgrade today over at Edward Jones.
Yeah,
after MKM and Ray J last couple of weeks.
Yeah, let it break up and go higher. I'm furious at the FTC.
They haven't done it yet, Jim.
No, but they should just be thinking, they should lay things out. Here's what our real objective is. Because I don't see who is hurt by this. Is there a gamer who might just say, you know what, I could pit Microsoft off against Activision Blizzard? Is there a writer of a game who could pit them? I mean, I understand.
I'm listening. I'm just reading my text. It's the best way to actually stop him from talking, Carl, is for me to read my text.
To demonstrate that you're just not listening anymore?
Yeah, he gets very upset about it.
I cannot believe this. I have a bye. I am in the semifinals. There, how's that? Look, I think that when it comes to antitrust, every CEO I speak to is afraid of looking at another company because of the FTC. Like, are you kidding? I mean, Emerson did something very brave. They're doing some good things. They sold InSincerator. That was smart. But I just find that a lot of companies are paralyzed. And they don't think the president is pro-capital, which is kind of obvious.
Well, he's meeting with some oil executives. Yep.
That's big. You've
been asking for a meeting, even though it's virtual.
I think that they were afraid that they were going to be, he didn't want them in the same room. Better than trying to browbeat the Saudis. It's kind of just break bread with our guys.
Between that and, of course, the Arizona appearance today, where we expect to see Jensen Huang and Sanjay.
The Jensen Huang quote, I mean, he's got a great quote about it.
Jensen Huang, CEO of
Lisa
NVIDIA.
Su? This is a great event.
I've seen her on some lists, not others.
Yeah, right. Well, what time are you going? You're going to that?
In Arizona? Yeah, I'll be taking the private jet out there.
The BJ?
Right after the...
BJ?
Right after the...
Well, I don't know. I'm going to read about it in the paper.
Dow's down 100, and utilities and staples, the only sectors in the green. Let's get to Bob Pisani. Hey, Bob.
Hey, good morning, guys. We started flat, but even on the advanced decline line, it's gotten a little worse in the last few minutes. Boeing is a bit of a drag on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, but mix open in terms of the sectors. One sector still moving, China stocks. That K-Web opened to the upside again, the little element, the ETF that could, just now negative, but it was open positive. Metals doing well. Freeport's been on a tear recently. Semis down a little bit. They were flattish at the open and then worsened in the last 10 minutes or so. And ARC Innovation, another risk-on, risk-off stock, ETF down about 2% today. The big focus today, I think, is going to be the banks. Goldman Sachs is having a financial services conference, and the bank stocks just got clobbered yesterday. The S&P was down 1.8%. Zions, Fifth Third, KeyCorp, PNC, they were down 5, 6, 7%. That's a very outsized event. It doesn't normally happen. These regional bank stocks tend to move in line with the S&P 500, maybe just a little bit outside of that, but not S&P down 1.8. These are down 5 to 7%. Very strange. J.P. Morgan's up today. You got a Morgan Stanley upgrade there. But I think the focus is going to be what kind of presentation we're going to be seeing at this bank conference. Comerica, KeyCorp already provided some updates. Not a lot of changes, but there's some vague concerns floating around out there on these bank issues. I think the main one is just generally concerned about a slowdown in 2023 and a potential recession here. Rates will be higher for longer. That will pressure the economy. That might increase bad loans. So there's issues and concerns about increasing in loan provisions that are out there. Then there were some discussions about deposit contraction. That would mean there's less ability to fund loan growth. You'd have to go out and borrow for it. So there's a lot of vague concerns that are floating around out there. So the conference has started. We did have Wells Fargo CEO speaking earlier, Charlie Scharf. He didn't say anything too noticeable, but Bank of America, Brian Moynihan's already speaking. Amex at 10:40. We'll get an update on the consumer from Amex. I'll be very interested to hear about that. J.P. Morgan, PNC, and KeyCorp. A lot of regional banks will be talking in the afternoon. So Brian Moynihan speaking right now. The only thing I saw was that he said that the rate of growth in consumer spending, Carl, is starting to slow, but the base effect is very big. In other words, consumer spending was really strong this year, so that when you compare it to 2023, you have a number. Remember, you have a very large base effect. So I'll keep an eye and see what else is he saying here as we go through the conference today. Carl, back to you.
Especially comments on that interest income for next year, Bob, for sure. Bob Pisani. Speaking of which, as we go to break, take a look at bonds this morning. We are in the Fed blackout window. Got the 2-year back close to 4.4. 10-year yield, though, a little bit lower, down to 3.56. Dow's down 42. Oil had a nice reversal, trying to close some losses back to almost 77. Back in a moment.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Hello, world. Or is it goodbye?
You know, it seems like hope and trust are in short supply. Now, as businesses, we can blame and shame, or we can make a change. We can make work work for our communities.
Create more equal opportunities.
It's time for business to show its true worth. Because it's not goodbye, world. It's hello, Team Earth.
Right here, right now.
I think we are uniquely positioned to be a company that has an amazing product portfolio, from software, mapping, hardware, all the way to a vertical integration of a self-driving car. Now we can go out to the markets, receive the attention that we deserve, and start creating value. Welcome to Mobileye 2.0.
The right Medicare plan for you may help you save money and get more out of life. So do yourself a favor. Call now to speak with the team at Medicare Enroll. They'll give you a free Medicare coverage review. Plus, they can see if you qualify for a plan with additional benefits like dental, vision, and hearing coverage, a flex spending card for covered expenses, and a Part B premium reduction on some plans in certain areas. It's a free service, so don't wait. Call Medicare Enroll for a free coverage review today.
Wow, we're crunching tons of polygons here.
What's going on? Where's Regina?
Hi, I'm LaDonna. I invest in Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives me access to NASDAQ 100 innovations like real-time CGI.
Okay.
Yeah, oh, don't worry, I got it.
Become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses, and more in the prospectus at Invesco.com.
With Russian gas pipelines cut off, how much can American natural gas help Europe make it through next year and beyond?